range.
Yeah, so it does
So what
qualify.
that means is we can use a teleradiology, so we don't have to, it would be impossible to pay a radiologist to do it. So what we can do is we can then send electronically the scans to a radiologist, and instead of paying their salary, we pay them that 40% of each scan essentially, and that goes directly to them. So we're not, it's a pass-through. We don't get any of that money. That goes directly to them. And then so we've been meeting with a bunch of different cardiologists and radiologists to try and get the best standard we can possibly get to be reading the scans, because they're an important part of that process. So we want to make sure we have really good people.
Well, they're the ones that sign off on it.
They're the ones that sign off on it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, so the ultrasound technician fee, that would be for the person that's doing the ultrasound?
Yeah.
Yes, and that would be, well, I'm the sonographer, so that would be myself, unless, we needed to also hire a casual on days that I couldn't, but it would be myself, and we got those figures directly from my current situation with the hospital. So that's the total kind of hourly fee.
Eric is currently a full-time employee at AHS at the South Hospital.
Yeah, in Calgary.
In Calgary, so just essentially the same figures.
Okay. Councillor Christie.
You've done a really good job of giving us a startup budget. I don't see the long-term 5-year growth budget. What do you see for growth?
Yeah, it's a great question, and it's tough to know ultimately. I mean, we only have 3 months of historical data to go on. This isn't a high growth population. We do think it's possible that we could grow the amount of scans. I mean, Eric is being very modest, but almost all sonographers cannot do both, general and echo. Like that's quite rare. So the fact that she can do both gives, adds another string to the bow where people could actually, draw more people in for heart scans and things like this. So there is a potential to increase, but not a huge increase. Yeah. We're fingers crossed, but like I said, there's not anything that would suggest that it's going to double or something like this.
You don't feel you can attract from a bigger area than the county for this service? Like
the only thing maybe would be for the echo.
Yeah, for the echo, I think that it's possible to draw. However, with those 80 scans per month, only about 20, that might even be a bit high, 10% of those currently are echoes, because that is more of a specialty. The general, there is some other satellite sites, again, in Olds and Airdrie, again, quite a drive for the Kneehill County, but that, we just know that some people will still like to make an excuse to go in for their Costco shop or as well. So we also have to account for no-shows of that as well. So we're hoping that we can, once we get established, that we can grow, but we feel that it may be more realistic, we're not sure if it'll go up to 100.
Yeah, something like that. Be more in the ballpark of potentially going from 80 to 100 than from 80 to 200.
Yeah.
Councillor King.
To follow up on Councillor Christie's question in terms of growth and potential for future growth, one of the things that you stated is, the delay that's often faced by people who need to go to ultrasound, or the distance that they might have to travel. And so I guess my question would be related to that in terms of, do the doctors here feel, and do yourselves feel that there is that potential to grow because of the waiting lists? So if I'm going to Calgary and I'm going to wait 3 weeks, just pick a figure out of the air, but I know I could be in to see Erica in a week, coming to Three Hills, is there not an advantage or an opportunity to build the business from that point of view?
Potentially. I don't know if
well, I was just going to say that basically with the population size, that unless, again, that might initiate follow-up exams depending on what is found, but I don't know, so to speak, if if that will
Well-
substantially, you're probably better to touch on
I
that.
was just going to say, I mean, we're trying to think of all different angles that we can do this to make it successful. So we have thought of that, and it's a good point, well raised. The difficulty with that would be we would need to be able to communicate with the essentially doctors based in Calgary or different centers to let them know if your patients cannot get in Calgary, they could come to Three Hills and get it done, which we're happy to do. But whether or not, how much buy-in we get from that, I'm not too sure. Because it would be, we would be hoping to get, almost every scan from Kneehill Medical Clinic with the doctors there.
Yeah.
It would be from doctors in different areas. They would need to know about us. They would need to know what we could do and that we would have a lower waiting list. And, if their medical administrator was to call and say, oh, there's a 6-week wait here, let me just try Three Hills and see if we can get in there quickly, potentially. But again, no cold hard data that we can actually say, yes, we see this happening, but it's something we would look at.
Yeah.
Just to follow up, Mr. Chairman, please. I guess I serve on the committee that works with the doctors from the communities. And one of the things that sort of has always been an impression of mine is that there seems to be a lot of networking with the rural doctors, a lot of conversation.
Yep.
And so that's the reason I asked the question, is I think that there's an opportunity to build that network of referrals utilizing the contacts that those doctors have. So whether it's Dr. Calhoun or Dr. Savage, Dr. McBain, whatever, they are in contact with other doctors who are facing the same problem that they do, which is access to ultrasound. And so I guess I'm just thinking that there's an opportunity potential there for a growth
Yeah.
within the
could be.
business.
And we have been in discussions with Dr. McBain and Dr. Savage as well, and they're kind of very strongly desire this service, but they also were saying they feel at this moment 2 days a week would be the fair, realistic expectations for us to take the risk of starting this. And again, I guess we're also optimistic that maybe it will grow, but we also know that we have to remain realistic as well of the current situation. And just as they had mentioned, as I know, working in the clinic setting, there's so many times there we haven't really even done a percentage of no-shows that people can't get in don't have a driver, or they choose to go to a different site because they're visiting, all those percentage too, that this we think is a fair estimate. But again, you're correct in that there could be opportunity. We just don't know for nothing we know for sure,
I mean,
of
that's
course, but yeah.
We're thinking along the same lines for sure. And you guys have obviously done a fantastic job in building up the Kneehill Medical Clinic and making it, a hub, a medical hub for the community, the county and wider. And so I think this would really be, and the doctors feel too, an additional service that would just help strengthen that and build that up so people do want to come to this facility for their health care. So we think we're a great fit for that. It's just that, as I said right from the very beginning, if you were just to look at it in the cold hard numbers of the in the light of day, that's why a business would have turned away potentially. We don't know what the reason for that was, but I mean, it just needs a little bit of help to get started. But I think once we're started, we'll be moving in the right direction. But that's ultimately why we're here.
Are there any other questions from the council members? I'm not, well, I mean, I am familiar with ultrasounds.
Yeah.
And I do know that Calgary has ultrasounds, Airdrie has ultrasounds, Red Deer would have ultrasounds. Any idea if there is ultrasounds in Drumheller?
They actually just put up a satellite general ultrasound in Drumheller. Previously, it was just the Drumheller Health Center that offered the ultrasounds. But they now have, not echo, but some general that they just offer.
So you guys would be able to do the specialized ones?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. And I guess my only other Well, it's not really a question, it's just a statement that in here it's listed Kneehill lease estimate.
Yep.
That would be a negotiation between you and the doctors, so,
And Carolyn had sent
Yes,
us an
thank you
email
for-
essentially.
okay.
Putting us aware of that, and we know they're transitioning, Dr. McBain is transitioning to Aaron right now for physician lead, as well as Sharon, the clinical manager, is retiring. So we are in the process, they're trying to determine, you know, hopefully what we can come to a fair agreement with that, because we know that, as Carolyn had emailed to us in advance, that that's something separate to you here.
Yeah, yeah. And we wanted to obviously try and make it as fair as possible for them. It's a benefit for them that we would be there, but it's also, you know, we would be utilizing their billing people and their, you know, their receptionist as well. So
Yeah,
we want to be fair to them as well. So we're having that conversation.
yeah.
Okay, thank you. Well, if there are no other questions from council, which doesn't look like there are, and I don't hear anything coming from the video side, so thank you so much for coming in and making your presentation. Sure like to see that service being offered in Three Hills. I think it would be a benefit to the residents of the towns and villages and our Kneehill County residents. And hopefully you could draw from outside also.
Yeah.
So I appreciate you coming in and giving us your information. And good luck.
Yes.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you so
We'll be
Appreciate it.
dealing with this later on in our agenda under delegations, so.
Great, yeah, I was just about to ask, that's great. We really appreciate you taking the time to listen to us, so.
Okay, well,
You have a
thank you
good
so
rest of your
much.
day.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, our next agenda item would be 5.41, Community Emergency Management Program. Am I correct in that? So who is presenting 5.41? Deb, there you are. Anytime you're ready.
Good morning, Council. Today I bring to you a review, the 2020 review for Community Emergency Management Program done by Alberta Emergency Management Agency. The background is that the Alberta Emergency Management Agency conducts a review of local emergency management programs. And because we operate regionally, they came and did the review with all the representatives in the same area. The annual review of 2020 is attached for your reference. Some of the key items include, we are the first official regional under ministerial order in the central region. Our last tabletop exercise was in October 2018. However, we've had some real life situations that have helped in that area. We held a regional plus neighbor workshop in December of 2019. In 2020, we conducted much training, including the business continuity training with management staff in Kneehill County, as well as regional training for ICS 200, ICS 300, and Director of Emergency Management training. In 2020, Kneehill County had the Swalwell train incident in February, and then we also helped out with the Acme overland flooding event. And of course, we're experiencing a pandemic right now. Kneehill County has 3 trained members as part of the Central Region All Hazards Incident Management Team, and we are due to have another tabletop. So we received $17,000 in grant funding for a training week that we've developed actually for this February. It didn't work out because it's in person, and what we're trying to do is actually take the training to each one of the municipalities on a different day and still operate as a region and do different kind of scenario-based training. As we are now under a ministerial order to operate as a regional advisory and agency, we are working to update our meetings and plans to reflect this. There are some legislative requirements that our current plan does not meet. We are expecting this review and rewrite of the plan to occur by the end of 2021. Financial implications, there's no direct financial implications. As part of the agreement, our operating budget includes training expenses that are related to emergency management for Kneehill County staff and those who are part of that team. Council options are to accept the report as presented or to send that report back. Also kind of noting that I included two motions in this, and so one is to accept that Community Emergency Management Program 2020 review by the Alberta Emergency Management Agency as presented, and then the other one is to move that council recommend emergency management elected officials training under the Kneehill Regional Partnership as an initiative.
Okay, are there any questions from council? Ms. Grosfield?
Mr. Reed?
Yes, sorry,
That's
Councillor
great.
Penner.
So were you able to have your March 11th meeting and elected your chair, the regional chair? That was one of the items in your bylaw.
Yes, we did.
Yep, they did. Deb got another feather in her cap.
Yes, so the advisory committee meeting was held virtually. It was a bit of a struggle just because, again, it's virtual. And then, yes, I've been designated, Kneehill County's been designated as the regional advisory coordinator, I guess. Yeah, it's been something that we've been working on for the past many, many years, is to update that Kneehill regional plan. And so I've been doing that for a bit now. And so it's just now kind of an official title for Kneehill County, so.
Thanks for taking that on, Deb. Just a quick question, and I know it's being developed, your livestock plan. What is that kind of looking like? What have you submitted, I guess, to get approval?
Sure, so through the chair, a livestock plan actually, if we evacuate, say a farm or a feedlot, we would actually then be responsible for those animals. So if there was, yeah, so we basically need a plan in place to not only contact that owner, but to perhaps take all the animals off and put them at, say, the egg grounds in Trochu or something like that. So it's kind of like working a plan ahead of time so that we actually have all those things in place, including trailers lined up and stuff like that. So that's what that livestock plan includes.
Any other questions from council? I see on, I don't know if it's, well, in my meeting package, it shows it as being page 25, the exercises and training. Elected officials are all supposed to take this course, correct?
Yes, that's
But
correct.
from what I gathered, did they happen to do that? Because where item 41 states that the following require the course by March 31st. Was that ever accomplished?
No.
No. Okay.
We have one counselor that is left to take that training.
Okay.
My apologies, I failed to remember to get that done.
Okay. No, I just, that doesn't anyhow affect any of this plan then, or?
It's a legislative requirement,
Okay.
and so it must be done. And then also when council actually is elected again, I did get confirmation from AEMA that you actually have to all take it again if you are a returning counselor, so.
And that happens shortly after an election, am I correct, or is that a spring thing, or? I
Right
guess
now,
it doesn't really,
right now I've tentatively booked December 2nd.
oh, all righty, okay. Are there any other questions from council for Ms. Grosfield? Alrighty, anyone prepared to make a motion? Councilor Christie.
I appreciate the work you've done on this, and I was hoping that you never had to get used. But on that note, I appreciate what you've done, so I'll make the motion that the Community Emergency Management Program of 2020 review by Alberta Emergency Management Agency as presented for information.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion before us, as on the screen. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing as not, I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
And that is carried unanimously. Councillor King.
So I'll make the second motion, which is that we recommend to the emergency, or we recommend the emergency management elected officials training take place under the Kneehill Regional Partnership as an initiative.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion before us as presented on screen. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing as not, call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
And that is unanimous. Thank you, Ms. Grosfield. Our next agenda item, 6.1, Bylaw 1833. Mr. McKinnon, anytime you're ready.
Sorry for that. Again, good morning, Reeve, council members. Attached for second and third reading is Bylaw 1833, which is a borrowing guarantee related to housing development, seniors housing development in Trochu, town of Trochu. Council at its meeting February 9th approved supporting this development. Further to that, at its meeting held on, just losing the date here.
March 9th.
March 9th, thank you, Reeve, approved first reading of the bylaw. After the first reading, there are statutory requirements to advertise. Those were met. Advertising occurred in the Capitol on March 17th and 24th. Electors were advised of the process to petition if they wished to date, and the deadline to petition was April 8th. There has been no petition filed through the office of the CAO. So that being the case, the county has met all legislative requirements to move forward to second and third reading of the bylaw. In addition to that, council is well aware that conditions of the loan guarantee were adopted by council and administration. If council proceeds with second and third reading, would continue on the path of concluding that agreement with the town. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. McKinnon. Are there any questions from council for Mr. McKinnon? Councillor Christie.
I'd move second reading of bylaw 1833, that being the bylaw to authorize the guarantee of a loan to the town of Trochu.
Okay, we have a motion to provide second reading to bylaw 1833. Is there any discussion to that motion? Yes, Deputy Reeve McGee.
I just would like to clarify that there are residents who have contacted me who are opposed to this, and I think we need to recognize that not everyone sees this as a valuable way for our county to go. It's the principle behind giving a loan to another municipality is what was brought up by the people who did contact me.
Councillor Penner.
I had this similar, I'm not sure if it's the same ratepayers or not, but contact me with the same opinions, so just so that's out there.
Okay. Is there any other discussion to the motion? All right, if there is no other discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor for second reading?
Aye.
That is carried. Did you want a recorded vote? Okay. Oh, opposed, sorry. Okay, the motion is carried. You had it right the first time. Okay, I should have, yeah, okay. Sorry about that.
Mr. Reeve?
Yes, Councillor King.
So I'd make the motion that council provide the third and final reading to bylaw 1833, that being a bylaw to authorize the guarantee of a loan to the town of Trochu.
All righty, we have third reading, bylaw 1833. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing as not, I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion is carried. Thank you, Bill. I just want to confer here for a second with the CAO prior to our next agenda item.
Yeah, I deserve to be on the outs, actually. That's just pathetic.
Yeah, I can't remember who all was packed in there. We were all there.
Yeah, not me.
Oh, not you.
No, I was sick that day, so I had to cancel that day, and I kept forgetting to find other means. And right now, I can take it online. Debbie even prompted me at the beginning of March to get it done, and I still didn't.
I can remember being there, but I can't remember what they told us.
I think that's some kind of formal reprimand must be in order, right?
Well, I deserve it. I have no good excuse. I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed by it, to be honest, but anyhow.
All righty, sorry about that.
No worries.
Our next agenda item is 6.2. Reserve bid for public auction. Welcome, Ms. Severson. Anytime you're ready.
Good morning, Council. It's nice to see you all in person. I'm here to ask you to set the reserve bid for our one property that's on our public auction. You had set the public auction for May 27th earlier this year, and we have advertised this in the Gazette, and it will be advertised in the Three Hills Capital within 10 days of the sale. These are legislative requirements that Council set a reserve bid that is equal or close to market value. And with that in mind, I spoke with a local realtor and asked her for an opinion of value. And within that framework of the property being what it is, basically is the land value is what's there. She suggested that between $15,000 and $17,500 would be a good number to stick with. And so I am bringing to you that we set the reserve bid at $17,000. The current improvement, which is a mobile home on the property, has not been looked after. It looks pretty rough. It probably would need to be removed, and that would all be taken care of by whoever purchased the property. I have shown you some pictures of when I went out to review the property, and so you can see what's there. And I have had one person call and ask me about it, and hopefully they will attend the public auction. I told them that once I knew what you guys had decided for a reserve bid, I'd have a better idea of information that I could provide to them. So I have attempted to contact the owner several times through different processes. I've left messages. Mail gets returned, so they obviously do not have their box number anymore in Torrington. And I've tried to reach through social media as well, and no response. So we have removed the water meter now. They had turned the water off quite some time ago, but of course there was still that maintenance fee that was being processed every 2 months. And I was just transferring costs to the taxes through that time. So we've removed it, no more charges to the property, and everything is on the tax roll, which would be paid back upon the sale of the property.
Are there any questions from council to Ms. Severson?
Certainly looks like a fixer-upper.
Definitely.
It's too bad you're crippled up, Glenn. Be the next project. Okay, what are council's wishes? Councillor King.
So I'll make the motion then that pursuant to the Municipal Government Act, council set the reserve bid for the role specified at $17,000 with the conditions as listed.
Okay, we have a motion as printed on screen. Is there any discussion to that motion? Councillor Christie.
I appreciate the work you've done there, but I think I'd be leaning towards the 15,000 part of the appraisal. If there's a chance of getting it gone, I can't see that it's gonna go, but.
It's up to you.
Are you asking for a friendly amendment to my motion?
Yes, please.
I would take that as a friendly amendment, then set the cost at 15,000.
Do you have any comments to that, Mr. Hogan?
I don't. I think this is a reserve bid that the market, or not the market, but the auction would start at. If legislatively, as Caroline has pointed out, you need to be at or around market, so I think that's acceptable.
So we are within the boundaries. Okay. So the
Reeve,
motion, that's a friendly amendment, so we don't have to vote on the amendment. You'd be good with that, Councillor King?
Yep. You did say, Ms. Severson, you said that the estimate was between 15 and 17.5?
Yes, that was the suggested, so the suggested list price was 17.5, and she felt it would likely sell between 15 and 17. And I had originally kind of went with the 15 myself, and then I put it up to 17, so I'd be happy with whatever you guys decide.
I guess I'm sort of in agreement with Councillor Christie. Like, it looks to me like a demolition and removal project and then a restart. So I think if we set at the bottom and allow it to work its way up, that's better than set it high and then have absolutely no interest.
Exactly.
All righty. Is there any other discussion to the motion? Seeing as not, I will call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Aye. Okay, that would be carried unanimously. Thanks,
you.
Carolyn.
I'll see you next meeting.
Okay, our next agenda item would be 8.1, Community Futures Wild Rose. And anytime you're ready, Ms. Buchanan.
Good morning, Reeve and Council. I'm here today to present on behalf of Community Futures Wild Rose. In 2020, they completed a business retention and expansion COVID-related survey to determine what the needs were of the businesses in their region. And marketing and mental health were very high on that list of priorities that businesses needed assistance with as they're trying to recover from the pandemic and the downturn. So the Community Economic Development Specialist at our Wild Rose office has put together a program called Mastering Recovery Initiative. That program will provide businesses within the CF Wild Rose region with access to specialized supports to identify the challenges, develop strategies, and implement an action plan for their marketing activities. The project that they've put together is estimated at about $115,000, and it's open to the entire CF region. So that's Kneehill, Wheatland, a portion of Rocky View, the municipalities within, and maybe a little chunk of Newell, I believe. So as they are intending on seeking grant funding for this project, and as we all know, when we're trying to get grants for anything, we have to generally have cash and in-kind contribution in order to obtain that funding. So they've reached out to all of their municipal sponsors or supporters to see if they can obtain cash and in-kind contribution to assist them with the program. Their request at this time to Kneehill County is somewhere between $500 and $1,000 in in-kind cash contribution or in cash contribution. In terms of in-kind contribution, what they're looking is marketing support and administrative support, which honestly we already provide to them during all of their programs anyway. So what that administrative support would be is, you know, cross-promoting the program on our social media feeds and our website, again, which we do with all their programs. And potentially they would be utilizing me as a member of their Community Economic Development Committee to help vet the applications as they come in. So not necessarily a large time commitment over and above what we're already providing them. With this program, we would anticipate, in speaking with Wendy, that probably 1 to 3 of our businesses would apply for the program, because we have anywhere from 1 to 5 that are generally really active in the CF projects. This program per business is estimated at $3,500 plus is what the actual cost to administer the program is. I think I covered the rest of the questions, and just a little more background. The goal of this project is to ensure the rural of the business and entrepreneurs are provided the skills and resources necessary to pivot their business and to assist in the recovery effort as a result of COVID-19 and other economic development challenges faced by the region. So when we talk pivoting, one of the primary things we're talking about this time is actually support in getting their online presence and their marketing up and running. So when you can't sell directly to the consumer as they had done in the past, and with closures and reductions in stores, it's really helping them to get online and get known and get their information out there. And that's what this program is going to focus on.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Buchanan. Are there any questions? Councillor Christie.
If we contribute $1,000 and we don't get the grant, then what happens?
Through the REEV, I didn't specifically ask that question, but I would anticipate that we would get it back. The other thing I actually did forget to note as well, so in my economic development budget, we do have an ad hoc line to participate in Community Futures Wild Rose programs. So as they come up, so this money would not be coming out of reserves, it would be coming out of their budget line. But yeah, if they wouldn't get the grant, it would probably be a conversation if the money would be shifted towards another program. But in this case, it is specifically earmarked for this project.
Are there any other questions from council? Councillor King.
Just as a clarification, I guess, in my own thinking, if we're contributing in cash support towards this program, my thought would be is the only time that cash gets expended is if the grant actually takes place. So our support and our both in-kind and financial are conditional on them getting the grant. That's my thinking on the subject anyway.
Okay. What's council's wishes? Councillor Penner.
I make the motion that council supports the Community Futures Wild Rose Mastering Recovery Project through a letter of support and a $1,000 contribution and an in-kind administrative support as required.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion before us to support with a contribution and in-kind administrative support if required. It's on the screen before us. Is there any discussion to that motion prior to the question? Seeing as not, call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
That is carried unanimously. Thanks, Jacqueline.
Thank you, Council.
Next agenda item, 8.2, Seniors Outreach Annual General Meeting. I take it you're presenting Mr. Hogan.
I will be, yes. So through you, Mr. Reeve, the item that's before you is just a request that we've received from Seniors Outreach regarding their AGM. They are asking that a member of council, particularly the Reeve, or if you're not available, an alternate, be able to attend their AGM to bring greetings from the county. And this could be done either in person or pre-recorded, given the environment that we find ourselves in. So in the past, this has been a request that's approved by council. As council is aware, formal functions that you're attending require the approval of council through policy. So that is the item that's before you today, and we're recommending that council authorize that attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Hogan. Is there any questions for Mr. Hogan? I think with the COVID situation that we're under, June 3rd, I don't know if we can go back any further, but hopefully we'll be moving ahead by then. What are council's wishes? Deputy Reeve McGee.
I would like to move that we authorize attendance of the Reeve or alternate to attend either in person or in pre-recorded presentation to the Seniors Week launch being held on Monday, June 7th.
Okay, we have a motion before us to authorize attendance of the Reeve or an alternate, either through, well, the motion is before us on screen. Is there any discussion to that motion? Yes, Councillor King.
I just have a question. That's around the same time frame as the FCM virtual conference. Is it over by that Monday? Do we know what the schedule is for that?
Monday is usually done by lunchtime.
Did we not just get an email from FCM with the dates, and it's before that? Sorry.
Oh, it's before that. Okay.
Yeah, I could look that
Oh,
up
yeah,
here.
right, because it starts on the 31st of May.
Yeah, it starts in May.
Oh,
so-
right. Yep, thank
Okay.
you. Okay, thanks for the clarification.
Okay, if there's no other discussion to the motion, I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
And that is carried unanimously. Our next agenda item, 8.3, Kneehill Regional Partnership. Mr. Hogan.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Through you to council, the item that's before you is regarding elevating items to the Kneehill Regional Partnership. As council is aware, under the protocols of the partnership for the Kneehill Regional Partnership to pursue something, whether that's a training or an exploration program, it needs to be elevated through council resolution to them. So we have this before you with a recommendation that that Kneehill County submit the following initiatives to the Kneehill Regional Partnership as options for exploring regionalization or regional partnerships. You've done one earlier in the meeting today regarding the emergency management. We're suggesting, just in conversations with other area CAOs and municipalities, that council give consideration to an engineering for elected officials seminar, an intermunicipal collaboration framework refresher, and an economic development for elected officials course. I say course, that could be a seminar would be a more accurate phrasing. So the engineering for elected officials would again be part of the education offered in 2022 if it was accepted, and that would really be providing the new council with information around what engineering does and doesn't do, what municipalities should be using engineering for, what they don't need to use engineering for, how to go about if you have a problem with something that was engineered, what are the recourses that you have, general information like this. The Intermunicipal Collaboration Framework Refresher Training would focus on what ICFs are, what the role of them is, and that being done in anticipation that in 2023, we essentially have to renegotiate, I shouldn't say renegotiate, but we have to update all of these things regularly. And so with the election in between, is having some sort of refresher evening that would provide an opportunity for all the elected officials to get FaceTime with each other, but as well for everybody that's going to be negotiating and talking about those ICFs to be in the room and hear the same message about what they are, what they're intended to do, what exists currently, those sorts of discussions. The third one is economic development for elected officials. There's a couple ways this could be delivered, but it is something that Jacqueline is looking at, and this would be regarding around what the role of economic development is, what elected officials' role within economic development is, and having an understanding of that as you see that program starting to grow larger wings and to take flight more, given that we're moving forward with it here. So that is those are the programs that we're recommending that council elevate to the partnership. The partnership did have some discussions, and they tentatively have slated some of these in. But that being said, they can't move forward with them until they're elevated by one of the members. And that is the item that's before you today.
Thank you, Mr. Hogan. Are there any questions for Mr. Hogan? Councillor King?
So then my assumption is that our motion previously related to emergency management elevates it already, so it doesn't need to be included in this motion.
That's correct.
Okay.
Councillor Penner?
I think all three of these are very valuable. So I would make the motion that council submit the following initiatives to the Kneehill Regional Partnership as options for exploring regionalization or regional partnerships. Engineering for elected officials training, ICF refresher training, and economic development for elected officials.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a motion before us as presented on screen. Is there any discussion to that motion at this time? Seeing as not, I will call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
And that is carried unanimously. Okay, thank you very much. Our next agenda item is 8.4, Kneehill Urban and Rural Advocacy Society. Mr. Hogan, you're presenting again, I take it.
I am. Through you, Mr. Reeve, the item that's before you is a request letter from the Kneehill Urban and Rural Advocacy Society. The letter is attached to the background, and it is requesting that that council attend a session put on by the Curris Group. This the session was originally slated for April 19th. I don't know if that date would remain or if that date would be pushed back, but that would be a decision made if council chose to participate in this or not. The item is, the session is being offered in a virtual format. So of course we have to deal, not just us, but all organizations have to deal with COVID protocols. Some background to this, outside of the request, the county has had ratepayer evenings in 2019. We did cancel the 2020 ratepayer evenings due to COVID restrictions. There is, in council's 2021 budget, there is funding in there to hold the ratepayer evenings again in the same format that we held them in 2019. That being said, if COVID restrictions prevent us from having that gathering in person, then we would have to explore other ways of delivering that, whether that be an online platform or whether that be some other sort of platform. So those are items that are there, and we're looking for council's direction around whether you'd like to approve council's attendance and take part in this, or if you feel that the county's own ratepayers evenings will be sufficient.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hogan. Are there any discussion, questions? Councillor King.
Can, Mr. Hogan, is it possible through the Reeve that you could refresh our memories? Did we have proposed dates for our discovery nights for 2021?
We had general dates. We didn't have specific dates.
General as in June and August, or do we have anything more specific than that?
Sorry, through Mr. Reeve, we were looking at potentially holding them earlier in the year. That is not going to be possible given the restrictions. So whether we held them during the summer or into fall, trying to work around, of course, harvest and any other issues that are out there. So I would say that we're already looking at Plan B, given where we find ourselves with the pandemic.
Go ahead.
So just as a follow-up question, when you refer to Plan B, my assumption is that we are potentially looking at some kind of meeting format on a virtual platform if we can't do the actual in-person.
Yeah. We've not explored that option heavily as yet, or to see what that looks like, but it has come up as an option, so it's one that we'll be giving more thought to and how we deliver that in a meaningful way. Should that be required.
Deputy Reeve McGee.
I have quite a few concerns with considering this, one of which is this group is just one of 40, 50, 60, I don't know. I know there's, when I just took a look at one directory of different groups in the area, I counted 45 in that particular directory. So do we want to do this 45 times? And if we're not wanting to, I think we don't do it for one and not others. And I know that's an idealism, but I think anything we say yes to needs to be said yes to as though we would be willing to do that across the board. And I just think that is not a well-used piece of our time nor of funding of the taxpayers' money at all. Secondly, I find it a frustrating letter to receive, as we have formally, I believe, you can correct me if I'm wrong, Mike, we have invited them to come to be presenters at our meeting. We have given them great information on opportunities with Coffee with the Reeve, phone us, social media. There's various ways of which we have made it very clear. I think this council could be, I personally feel this council has done a great job at improving our participation rate with our residents over the last 4 years, and the communication opportunities has been tremendous. I also want to say that I think the way we handled our drop-in experiences that we had and hope to go back to by the end of this term is the best use of money from public participation, because each individual gets to bring their own concerns to each department. It's a very thorough educational opportunity as well as a thorough communication opportunity, whereas this then isolates it to a specific group, and I don't see that as a democratic process. So those are the concerns I have. I would be glad to hear anyone's opposing points on those.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve McGee. Councillor Penner.
Just furthermore, I know when we were first elected, we made it a big commitment to have citizen engagement in numerous ways, and we have discussed this numerous times in different ways that we're doing, and we've implemented them, and I think it has worked for the most part. And there is an opportunity for any group to come to council as a delegation, and yes, the rules might say 15 minutes, but if you need longer, you just ask for it beforehand, and quite often it can be granted. So I think there's ample opportunity to come forward, and I would highly suggest and recommend that groups do come forward and present to us.
Councillor Christie.
I agree. I believe that the starting point for them should certainly be a delegation coming before council that's very public, and the timeline of 15 minutes, I think, could be very lenient at that point as long as it's constructive, and it would be a starting point for conversation for sure.
Yes, Mr. Hogan.
Just to clarify a couple of things for council's information, your procedural bylaw does give you the ability to extend that 15-minute delegation. That's at council's call. So you do have that ability to, if somebody would say wanted a half hour or an hour, that is within your power to do. To one of the points made earlier, the county has invited Curris to attend as a delegation to council on more than one occasion. The information for going about that has been forwarded to them in the past as well.
Is there any other discussion? Councillor Keever.
A ratepayers meeting has kind of become an obsolete method of conveying their feelings. With today's technology, everybody knows what we're doing in here just by turning on their TV at some point in time. So I don't see that there's anything to be gained or that there's anything to be lost by anybody if we had a ratepayers meeting. But it just seems like an unnecessary expense to me.
Well, as Mr. Hogan has stated, there is an opportunity to appear before us, whether that be in person or whether that be through video conferencing. If you have specific questions, we will by all means answer those questions, whether that even be written on the Facebook site. Usually, I think that's replied to within 48 hours, if I'm not mistaken. As much as having a ratepayer meeting is probably valuable and it's important, with COVID, the way it's been happening through, well, not only Kneehill County, but the province, the country, the world, that's probably not a great idea to meet in person. But that being stated, there is an opportunity for the group to present and ask their questions before us. It'll be recorded, it'll be live streamed, and it'll be there in posterity on YouTube. So I would agree with what most of council has been stating here, that that opportunity always exists. So is there any other discussion? Councillor King.
So I know philosophically that this group does not believe our Discovery Nights meets the requirement for ratepayer meetings. However, I think all of us would say that we probably have to agree to disagree on that point. And I agree with us as council. We have made the opportunity for people to meet with council and with administration at a much greater, with a much greater freedom than I would say previously had been made available. We have made our meetings available in a virtual form for historical review, if you wish. And so I think we've done a lot in terms of changes on how we respond on Facebook, how we respond to inquiries that are given to us in legitimate format. And so I would like to see us respond to this request by re-inviting this group to come as a delegation and to give them the opportunity to come. They're asking for an hour of our time. Let's give them that hour of our time as a delegation. Let's give them the opportunity to come and ask their questions and present to council the issues that they feel are of concern. And hopefully that'll be an adequate forum for them to respond to us. I know that there might be some concern with regard to COVID. We have lots of space in here to make room for people if they wish to come. But however, if they didn't, the virtual format's there. So I think that we should extend that invitation to them. We should give them the opportunity to either be physically present here with us as council or to be present here with us virtually, and to invite as many as they want to be on that virtual platform. But I agree with Deputy Reeve McGee. We open a door that maybe we don't want to open if we start to meet with individual groups at any and every request that they make. I know this group feels they have some legitimacy that's maybe greater than any other group, but I don't necessarily see that. And so those are my thoughts. I think that we should invite them again as a delegation. We should give them the opportunity to have that length of time that they feel is necessary, and we should provide that format in whatever way they feel they're safe from a COVID perspective.
I would agree with your statements. Does anyone, Deputy Reeve McGee?
I agree with your statements except for the 1 hour portion. I feel as though that needs to be requested with good reason and what that would be covered. An hour is a long extension in my opinion. I'm not in agreement with that. We'd be willing to consider longer than 50 minutes based on what would be being brought forward.
Councillor Penner.
My feeling is this group is no different from other groups, and the invitation is out there for everybody. So put your proposal in, what your time frame might be, whatever, just submit it, and we look at them all the same. And so the invitation is there for everybody, not just this group.
Councillor Christie.
I guess, well, I got several comments. One of the, I've been to ratepayer meetings that have been disasters. I've been to ratepayer meetings that have been very successful. Been to both open houses where I felt that the information, both from council and from administration, was there and timely and answered everybody's questions. If it didn't, it was followed up immediately. I really feel that if we did this as a delegation, that it would be accessible to all our ratepayers, not to just this group. We've had delegations from single ratepayers for concerns, so I believe it's a venue that works well, and it's for all the ratepayers, so I think that's where we need to go.
We seem to be drawing a consensus that inviting the group to present before us, either in person or virtually, is the direction that we would prefer, direction that would probably hit the most amount of people in our public. So is anyone prepared to make a motion? Councillor Penner.
I'll make the motion that we decline the request to attend the Kneehill Urban and Rural Advocacy Society meeting and invite them to put in a request as a delegation.
Okay, I will wait for that motion to come up on screen.
Do we want to add whether they submit their questions or their inquiries before that or not?
Well, if the questions were submitted prior to the delegation, virtually or in person arriving, we would have the answers at that point in time. Because depending on what the questions are, sometimes it takes some technical expertise to answer some of those through the operations departments, different managerial positions. So would you be amending the motion?
I think it would be valuable to have their questions up front, or some of them anyway. So I would ask for an amendment to add that questions be pre-submitted.
Okay, would you consider that as a friendly amendment? Councillor Penner.
I do accept as a friendly amendment, but just going through what the guidelines, I'm trying to think, is that not a requirement already in the guidelines for a delegation request?
That would be a question for Mr. Hogan.
Through you, Mr. Reeve, it is, we do ask for when delegations are attending that they give us some background as to what they're attending. So if there is research that needs to be done, or some of those technical items that you spoke of that we need to look into, that we can do that ahead of time. It doesn't always happen that way, but we do ask for it. We don't necessarily need that in the motion, but we can make that request administratively
Through the delegation forms.
Through the forms, yes.
Okay.
The benefit to that is that if a delegation appears in front of you and they're just putting the questions out there, if there's something that we need to go look up, or if there's anything like that, they may not get an answer at that moment. Whereas if we have the question in advance, we can have the answer ready. So it becomes a more meaningful question and answer period. So the value of, hopefully our delegations recognize that the value of asking those questions up front means that they can get an answer in a more timely manner.
Okay. So as for your concerns, Councillor Christie, would the motion suffice the way it stands?
With the protocol of the delegation submission, yes.
Okay, so does that motion carry that request, I guess? Okay. Okay. All right, is there any other discussion to the motion that's in front of us?
Just a comment, Mr. Reeve.
Yes, Councillor King.
And just with the understanding that, so administration understands, is that we are open to extending beyond that 15 minutes, and should they request half an hour or whatever, that this council would be open to extending that as long as it's a good use of our time. Like, as long as it's, they're coming and they have legitimate concerns that they want to raise and it doesn't become this circular argument thing. As long as it's valuable, I think we should be willing to extend time and give them the opportunity.
Okay. Deputy Reeve McGee.
I agree with extending the time. I don't agree with an hour. I think that's excessive. And because there are so many different ways to bring those issues through, can't possibly be good justification for a full hour.
Councillor King.
And just as a follow-up, I guess I'm not necessarily suggesting that we offer them that hour. Really, in my mind, it's up to this group to provide us with the request and the rationale for why, and then also the rationale for why they might want an extension in time. So if they can provide us with the background and the reason for why they're requesting that time, and as a council, we see that as reasonable, then I think we would accept it. If it doesn't appear to be reasonable or we need more information, then we request that as well. So I think that all I want is that them, for the Curious group to understand is that council's willing to meet with them and that we're willing to consider the request and the length of time based on the rationale for why they're asking that.
Okay, thank you. I would agree with your summation. As far as the motion goes, is there any other discussion to that motion? Seeing as not, I will call the question. The motion states, Councillor Penner moved that council decline the request to attend the Kneehill Urban Rural Advocacy Society meeting and invite them to attend council as a delegation. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. Okay, thank you very much. We have a delegation coming before us at 10 o'clock. So I see you're sitting there, Ms. Hazelton, but I think we're going to have a recess for 10 minutes. Yes, Mr. Hogan.
Sorry, before we move on to the next item or the recess, if I can provide a clarification on something that came out in the last discussion.
Okay.
When a question is posted to the county's social media, we do strive to answer that within 48 hours, and that was the statement that was made. Did want to clarify that's 48 business hours, so we're not paying staff or having staff working, say, over the weekend or over holidays to monitor social media. So if something gets posted, for an example, on a Friday afternoon, the 48 business hours would carry us to Tuesday, not till the end of Sunday. So it's just a clarification that when we do strive to do those, that is business hours, not straight time.
Okay, thank you very much for that important clarification, Mr. Hogan. Okay, so it is 9:50. We will recess and we'll come back at 10 for the delegation. Thank you. assessment. Coming forward, welcome, gentlemen. We will introduce ourselves as council. I'm pretty sure you probably know us, but regardless of, we're going to do it again. Starting from my far right,
Wade Christie?
Debbie Penner?
Jerry Whitstock.
Faye McGee.
Glenn Keever?
And Ken King.
Welcome, guys.
Thank you. Can you hear me? I got the button pushed. You're good? Troy Bertles, you remember me and my, I guess, industrial assessor, Rafe Wharton and Chris Meadows.
Welcome, gentlemen, and anytime you're ready.
Thank you. We always appreciate the opportunity to come and speak with council. This is an important time of year with regards to your tax rates and all that good stuff. So the intent of the information we are presenting today is to give you an understanding of what's happened to your assessment base year over year. As you know, it's your main source of revenue. So we've met a number of times. You know who we are and what we do for you. So I'm not going to dwell on the first handful of slides. I'll just burn through them real quick. Obviously, you know, you've seen the map of our client base in the past. We are pretty proud of this map. Our head office is located in Sherwood Park, 3 other sub-offices as well. List of clients, you're one of our largest rural municipalities. Of course, we do several other municipal types, cities and towns and everything. And this is an important slide for us. We like to think of ourselves as your trusted advisor for anything assessment related. We have a very good working relationship with your administration here at the county, so we appreciate that. It is far easier to do our job when your staff is knowledgeable and helps throughout the year, all the processes. Quick, Chris Meadows, as I mentioned to my right, is your in the field guy. You're going to see him out and about. Your ratepayers will see him more often than they'll see myself. He's actually in the middle of doing the re-inspection cycle, and I'll touch on that in a little bit. We only list a few of our assessors here, and the idea is to give you comfort in that should Chris or I win the lottery, then we've got you covered with the rest of the staff. So. So here's the meat and potatoes of the presentation. Essentially, we've broken down the different assessment classes by year, 2019 and 2020, to give you an understanding of the change. So your total residential assessment base increased by 1%. Now that is inclusive of new construction, of growth, and market inflation or deflation in some cases. That's a good thing that you are on the positive side for your residential base. We have many presentations where there's very, very little growth and negative market inflation resulting in a drop in the total assessment base, which of course means harder to collect the same amount of tax revenue. Non-residential, this category would be your grain facilities and commercial properties, trucking companies, anything that is non-residential in nature would fall in that category. And again, you can see that it's a positive number. Really, at the end of the day, both of those categories, for residential, 6.5 million, and non-res at 2.3 million, it's not a lot of increase in your base. Designated industrial property, I'll defer for Ray to talk about a little bit further on. And as you know, linear has always been done via the province. And farmland is farmland. It's a regulated assessment. It doesn't change much year over year. So yeah, that's pretty standard scenario. So to give you some context visually, You can see your residential on the left there. For the last 5 years, we've seen some nice consistent growth in your total res base. The non-residential base as compared to the res is a lot lower in terms of the total. And the dip and linear combined is, of course, the major aspect of your assessment base. This chart just totals everything all in, gives you an understanding of what direction your assessment, the total assessment base is going. And from the previous slide, you saw that your designated industrial assessment and your linear assessment had significant drops. That is why the 2020 numbers ultimately are lower than the 2019. Taxable compare by percentage. So this is included to give you an understanding of shifting. So 94% of your properties are right around that no change. So you're not going to see significant impacts to shifting. So if we look at a different market scenario, let's say 2012 and 2013, where things were going crazy, property were selling for thick money. Well, this particular chart, you would have saw the majority of them be in the 10 to 25% increase. So in that scenario, there is large changes in your residential base, but zero change in your farmland base, so that creates a shift in your total assessment bases. And then I give you the same information here based on dollars. So again, 95% of your properties are within that very little decrease to very little increase. So shifting is minimal. I'm sure I've said it in past meetings, but I'll say it again quickly. The 68% of no change, all of your farmland parcels fall into there. And they're not going to change, period. They're not going to change in a high market or a low market. So you will always have a huge number of your properties be in that no change category. It's just a function of the legislation in Alberta.
So I was going to mention, as long as the rules don't change.
That's right, yeah. If the rules change, and they have in the past for, I mean, obvious, the way the dip
changed in other areas.
I'm sorry?
It's changed in other areas.
Yeah. The legislation is something that we can't control. They do often consult us for our opinions, but we seem to find that for some reason the stakeholder groups in particular legislation changes don't really hold a lot of weight. They seem to think that they do what they think is best. So this particular slide just gives you some information regarding new parcels and development permits. And the reason why we include this is to show you that it's pretty consistent year over year, which means it kind of correlates along with the limited shifting. We're not seeing a spike or a valley of new roll numbers, and the same goes with the number of permits. We often correlate the number of development permits with how the economy is going. For example, if the economy is in the tank, people aren't spending money to build new houses. Well, this stat here shows us that in that regard, where things are okay. And another thing I would like to point out too, like a year ago when COVID was just being, everybody was new to it and nobody really knew what was going to happen. There was a lot of people that thought market values were going to hit the tank and really dive, but that didn't happen from a residential perspective anyways, which is good. You hate to see loss in value for any reason, but now that we have just a little more than a year under our belt with COVID, we know that we can confidently say that COVID didn't impact market value negatively. There are aspects in some municipalities that it did, like hotels, for example. They were hit hard, but yeah, sit-in restaurants are another one as well, yeah. But in your assessment base, we're not impacted by that type of property. So I give you a little breakdown here by area. So if you look at the county map in its entirety, we segregate the municipality out into separate market locations, even further than these categories. But ultimately, you have the area that's north of Three Hills, area that's southwest of Three Hills, and then the east part of the province. Generally speaking, those are the three different market areas of the municipality. And we look at the sales activity within those areas to determine the assessments within those areas. And this gives you a little bit of an idea of what's going on across the municipality. You saw earlier we had a 1% increase in the residential base. Well, this is kind of giving you a little bit more detail about that. So in the Three Hills area, which immediately surrounding town, there's very little new construction, but the sales were strong. So you can see there 0% in terms of new growth, but yet the inflationary increases in that part of the municipality increased the assessments by 4%. And you can look at the same for the rest of the municipality, and you'll note there that no other area saw the same type of, or the same magnitude of increase as right around Three Hills. Now, there was also growth information or new construction that happened in other areas, and so that aided in the increase in your residential assessment base. Lost my mouse here, where am I? So this, now back to the entire municipality, I'm breaking out the new construction and the market changes. You can see we had just about 8 million of new construction and an overall loss of just over 1 million. So that results in our 1% increase. So just about complete here until I give it over to Ray. So this is a snapshot of your municipality where we are concentrating on our reinspection cycle. So as I noted earlier, Chris is in the middle of doing the reinspections for 2021. You can see that's right central throughout the municipality. So Caroline told us earlier that she had a phone call yesterday just confirming who he was and what he was doing, which is good. You know, we often pull into a property and are met with a lot of skepticism. Are you here to rob me? Are you scoping the place, or what's the case? Of course, he's identified, he wears a tag, and he has county magnets on the vehicle as well. And so it's good to see every now and then a ratepayer phone in just to confirm who he is and what he's doing. So if you ever have a call from your ratepayers, this year will be specifically in that area. It's Chris that's there. Now that doesn't mean to say that we aren't in the rest of the municipality, of course. If there's a permit for a new home or anything within the rest of the municipality, of course, we follow up on those properties as well. And then before I pass it over to Ray, like I mentioned, the global re-inspections, we review all new construction throughout the year. And again, just to point out COVID, we're got our finger on the pulse with regards to any effects that it is having on the market for Kneehill County. So before I pass it over to Ray, any questions for myself? Great, thanks.
Hey, welcome everyone. Ray Fortin. I do the lead up the team with the industrial assessment. We are the largest industrial assessment team, private team in the province of Alberta. We do about 30,000 DIP accounts. We don't no longer perform the DIP services in your municipality. The GOA has integrated that portion of the assessment. However, in the rest of the province of Alberta, for the provincial assessor's office, we still do about 30,000 parcels, or about 40% of the province of Alberta's total accounts. So very significant. Our team is all accredited industrial assessors. The AMA stands for that, for the Alberta Assessors Association, so we're very proud of that. And we also look after about 150 other specialized type facilities. What is that? I mean, I do a brewery, I can do a coal mine, I can do a SAG-D plant, do grain elevators, everything from top to bottom in a municipality. So specialized team, we work across the province of Alberta. So particularly now, we're going to review the non-industrial or non-designated industrial property, which is the non-DIP. The DIP is now, like I said, done by the province of Alberta. But on an annual basis, we're still doing these properties. So what does it mean in your municipality? It means we have 12 specialized type properties. So to name the properties that there are, it's about $70 million of your assessment base. So when Troy talked about 93 million of your non-residential, 70 million of that is in just these 12 specialized facilities. So that'd be Grains Connect, that'd be Lone Pine, that'd be Sweetgrass, that'd be Cargill or whatever. So those type of properties. So on an annual basis, we're actually inspecting and reviewing those 100%. So we're actually out boots on the ground looking at those properties for changes as they occur. So on an annual basis, you can assure our team's out there looking at those property types. So the particular facilities, like I said, are about 12 properties. Talking about what's coming ahead. So before I get into the slide about DIP property, we'll talk about what's coming ahead. So I'm sure you're aware of the two significant properties. Solitaire, Sunterra is working on a facility. It's a greenhouse type facility. We're working with Ray Price and his brothers there on that property. That'll be coming on. It's in construction right now. I know Chris recently drove by and took some pictures. They're in piling and stages of construction. So we're aware of that. We're also aware of the Great Plains MDF facility. So that'll be another property I'm working with. So I've had discussions, myself and Sean Baird, my colleague, with Jerry Moore about the total project costs. We're aware of what they are. They may change through construction, but we've been working with them and giving them tax estimates on what that would look like. So there's no surprises, I guess, when the facility is constructed and that tax notices lands at their offices. So at this point, it's about a $600 million project, rough, give or take. Not all of those construction costs are accessible, but at the end of the day, we budgeted approximately $5 million in taxation for an annually for that property. So lots to change, lots may change, but at this point, we've communicated that on your behalf. So designated industrial property. So this is the portion that's now done by the province of Alberta. This is the properties that are now regulated essentially by the AUR, Alberta Energy Regulator, CER, which used to be the NEB, which is the National Energy Board, and the Alberta Utility Commission, which basically regulates all power type facilities in the province. So the linear property, what is this? It's the wells, pipelines, rail, telecommunication systems. That's always been done by the province of Alberta. When the definition or the MGA review changed for DIP property and then modernized MGA come out, railway was actually added to linear property. So your rail assessments are now linear. What is a major plant? In this municipality, by recollection, I don't think we had, we did actually have one major plant. And so by definition, it's larger facilities that are DIP property, over 30 million in assessment. So if you can equate to the larger properties in the province, there's about 250 to 300 of those roughly in the province of Alberta. They are what makes up the most significant portion of the assessment base for the province. They actually make up probably about 90% of the total tax base. So the Suncor refinery and Refinery Row would be one of those examples. So very large property type and a very large assessed value associated. The land and improvements associated with those properties are also part of designated industrial property. So in this municipality in particular, there's about 1,493 DIP parcel accounts. What does that mean in total assessment? I've got up on the screen there. I think it's 326 million at this point. It's down roughly 7% or 26 million. The linear portion of the assessment, which is also in your, this is the DIP non-linear. There's a linear portion as well. There's 79 parcel counts, so that'd be Course Energy and Artis, and that would be for their wells and their pipelines. There's 79 of those companies, and that equates to 852 million. So the combination of 852 and the 326 make up your total DIP assessment. Part of it is a linear aspect and part of it is the non-linear. But the combination of those are your DIP assessment. So of that, the linear portion, as I mentioned, 852 million, that went down about 3% on an annual basis, and the DIP parcels went down by 7%. So what am I finding across the province of Alberta that's pretty indicative of most central Alberta municipalities that we're presented in? A lot of the decline in the production and commodity price has eliminated a lot of those surface improvements where they're actually being removed physically from location, or the production has come offline on those facilities. So we're actually seeing this quite commonly. The larger municipalities, the more industrial growth like the Yellowheads, Greenviews, Clearwaters that we do, large growth on an annual basis, they haven't seen those sorts of impacts. But in central Alberta, that's a common theme that we're having that across, is that we're losing portions of that dip assessment base with the commodity price. So this is just a present slide here about the total assessment, and the graphical of the non-dip linear. And then as we move forward, we're talking about designated industrial property. So this slide deck's more about the meat and bones of the presentation here on dip. So where are we? So I sit as a technical member for the province of Alberta on the model reviews on behalf of the AAA Association. So I've been doing this for 3+ years. So when you guys seen the model reviews that had happened, I'll talk about what happened with them. But the model reviews were a lengthy process, almost 2 to 3 years. Lots of industry stakeholders. I was one of the municipal representatives on that for well pipelines and M&E. So what ended up happening is at the end of the model reviews, there was impacts sent out to municipalities. And for the first time, municipalities were seeing those impacts and what it meant. What had ended up happening is there was a portion of that period for consultation with RMA, AUMA, and all the other stakeholders, where municipalities had input to decide what was going to mean to their municipality and what the impacts were. So a lot of consultation went back to the minister at the time, Tracy Allard, and where it went from then was a decision on October 19th to delay the implementation of these models. There were scenarios A, B, C, and D, all of which had reductions in the overall dip assessment. Dip being the well in the pipeline, and the M&E is the non-dip linear, all which had decreases that were going to take place. It was chose to just pause the implementation of those model reviews, and rather than implementing any one of the A, B, C, and D options, there were 4 new options presented. What are they? So the 3-year municipal and education property tax exemption is just that. It's on wells and pipelines newly constructed, but it does not impact your assessment for 21 taxation. It's a 2022 and 2024. So it's a 3-year implementation, so it will be part of next year's presentation. Any newer well or pipeline will actually get a 3-year no tax, and that's the elimination. So that's the first decision that was chosen. The well drilling and equipment tax. So in this municipality, let's say there's 25 new wells drilled. There used to be a well drilling equipment tax that went out associated with that. That's not a property assessment. That's a drilling tax for use of the roads while the well is being constructed. And if the well never gets constructed into an operational state, there's no assessment prepared. But that well drilling equipment tax pays for that cost of services for the roads and everything while it's being drilled. So that has been eliminated as of 2021. And the additional depreciation for low productivity was number 3. That actually is part of your linear assessment 2021 tax year. So when I mentioned the 3% decline in your linear assessment to $852 million, part of the policy decision in that was the minister reduced the value for low producing wells. So just say low producing well has increments for each well as a 10% reduction. The 10% now changed to 17. Just as examples, I'm not using the actuals, but what it did is they increased the allowance for depreciation on low producing wells. So if you have new wells, it wouldn't be impacted, but as municipalities have legacy assets and older wells, the municipalities with those types of properties had more impacts because these additional low producing well depreciations were implemented. The last was the shallow gas tax relief, which is a very big thing, a part of this municipality, part of the Ember Trident properties that have been in this municipality for a number of years. That shallow gas tax relief that was in place for the first year, which is that 35% reduction, carries forward now from 21 to 24. So that's the part of where the 4 decisions were made by the minister on the delay of the implementation. So where are we going? What does this mean now? So now I'm on a different committee called the Assessment Executive Advisory Committee group for the province of Alberta. So I represent the Alberta Assessors Association for all assessors, and we're working with the Minister's office on where are we going now with the next set of model reviews. So the first is the delay of the implementation means we have to revisit where we're going. The RIPA and the CCRG consultation, this started 5 years ago, still is not completed, but we're working on re-engaging the municipal and the industry stakeholders to finish that consultation. Now, why do I mention that first? Is because it's important. The models are actually based on costs of construction, less this guide, RIPA and CCRG. So let's say an $8 million well, and we remove the costs of construction that are excluded for assessment purposes, and it comes down to $5 million. Just using an example, that $3 million has its principles of why it's excluded in that manual. So we have to finalize the CCRG consultation because the model reviews are based on the rates of the actual costs less what's in that manual. So we're going to finish that first. That's the 2021-2022. ADM Ethan Bain has indicated that that's our first priority. Our second priority is actually engaging on the model reviews. Now, what is different now than what it was? We were only reviewing wells, pipelines, and M&E. The new model review is regulated property, all regulated property. So when we talk about that, we're just speaking about farmland. We're speaking about railway, telecommunication systems, electric power systems, wells, pipelines, and M&E again. But what I'm stating is now the review on the models are more comprehensive, where it includes all regulated property types. How soon and which ones get done first in priorities has not been decided, but it is a comprehensive model review. And where this come from was from the colleagues in industry. The other provinces, rather than implementing regulated property reviews one by one, so wells and pipelines and M&E would have impacted the oil and gas industry. But if there was a tax shift, it would have been unfair to burden the oil and gas industry where the electric power systems and railway and farmland were not done. So other provinces like BC did all regulated property reviews, implemented it at once, leveled the playing field on the tax burden if there's any shifts, and they're implemented. I think that's the flavor of what the Minister's office is thinking, is by reviewing them all at once, implementation in the future will be all regulated properties. So as we sit on these EAG meetings, I just had one here beginning of March. My next one is June 4th or June 8th, something like that. So it's a quarterly consultation with the Minister's office on where we're going. Those discussions are ongoing, but it's going to have the next step of the big model review is going to be pushed out through 2 to 3 years at minimum. So we're working on these things in 21, 22. There'll be a lot of work done in the next 3 years on this consultation. You'll hear lots about them, but it is on we're re-engaging, re-consulting, and basically we're starting from scratch again. So it is a long process, and it will happen, and I will be involved over the next number of years. So that's kind of where we're going with the DIP property side. I talked about the non-DIP. If there's any questions on that, we're open to questions on res, non-res, farmland, and industrial if you'd like.
Councillor Kiever.
The assessment on a low productivity well, where do you get the numbers on, like, whether it's gone down or what it's doing? Like, do you just take their word for it, or?
Yeah, no, excellent question, Councillor. So what happens is the information for linear property comes from the Alberta Energy Regulator. So the database that's established monthly for production volumes is actually shared from the operator to the Alberta Energy Regulator, and the linear assessment branch of the GOA actually pulls that information as of October 31st at the year-ending condition date, and based on that information of the cumulative production of the well is what's based on for the assessment purposes for the annual assessment.
So when it gets depreciated down to zero, is there no assessment value on that particular property?
It actually never reaches zero until the well is physically abandoned. So abandoned means cut, capped, and cleared. So that's gone. So if you see a wellhead that's actually standing in a field and there's no surface equipment and it's not been producing for a number of years, there is a marginal assessment of 10% that still remains on that actually well. If the well's in full production, it goes back up to the 100%, and then if it has low production, it gets decreased from there. So my point is it's fully assessed while it's in production, understanding there's a depreciation if it is a marginal well, but it is fully assessed until the point at which it's cut and capped and abandoned.
So there is enough of a assessed value on that kind of abandoned well to convince the oil companies to clean the thing up and get right out of it?
That's a more complicated question. So there is the Orphan Well Association, and a lot of the wells that have been uncollected and went into receivership or bankruptcy have rolled over to the Orphan Well Fund. So in that instance, the Orphan Well will clean those up. There's a liability ratio for companies to encourage them to clean up these wells. So what happens is as you read a liability ratio, or you meet that, you can no longer drill a new well license until you meet a certain threshold of a liability ratio. So companies are encouraged to clean up those wells by the regulator to get below that threshold so they can do new drilling activities in the other province of Alberta. So that's one thing to encourage. I wouldn't say necessarily property taxation is one thing, as a 10% remaining would encourage them to remediate the well, but it is a cost of them and a burden until it is remediated. But more of the liability ratio with the regulator limits them from doing other exploratory activities in the province. That would be more of my belief of how companies are encouraged to remediate those wells. So longer answer to that question, but more comprehensive.
Does council have any other questions? Comments? Councillor Christie.
Do we have access to a printed copy of this presentation?
I actually think the presentation was already supplied electronically to administration. So yes, I believe it's available. Yeah, no problems there.
PDF or whatever would work for me.
Yeah, certainly, no problems there.
Okay, good. Are there any other questions from council? Councillor Christie.
I have a question off the wall. I have a ratepayer that has a community hall in the corner of their property that has now been turned back to the farm. They're wondering how to get it not assessed as a public building. Or what do they do with it at this point? It's taxed heavily and it's not used anymore.
The easiest step would be for them to notify administration and they'll let us know and we'll go have a look. So ultimately the use of it now is just.
They're using it for their family and that's all.
Okay, so it's not a farm building, it's just the family.
I don't know what they do with it, but it's not a community center anymore. So they're just, and the taxes on it are absorbent, so. It's Crossroads Hall.
Yes, yeah, I know exactly which one you're talking about, and
We've discussed.
before, so we'll discuss it.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, are there any other questions from council?
Through the Reeve?
Yes, go ahead, Councillor Hugo.
Yes, would solar farms be under the direct industrial property controlled by the government of Alberta?
Yes, they are. Those properties are linear property. Solar property farms are becoming more popular in southern Alberta. That because that isn't a power generation systems, that portion of the assessment is prepared by linear assessment. The individual at the assessment branch is Dave Emery. The portion of that would be my responsibility would be a structures assessment of a building and some fencing. So unlike the wind farms, there's a portion of the assessment that the municipal assessor prepares and then the linear assessor. So in the solar farm, there's a very small portion of that which represents the municipal assessor's role and responsibility, but 99% of that or greater is going to be the responsibility of the linear assessment services electric power systems assessment branch.
Follow-up question, please.
Go ahead.
So in the case of the solar facility, would they be going on 100% production of what the facility could put out, or are they going to go just on the assessment, millennial assessment of what it is putting out? Would you know that?
No, it's actually simpler than that. It's actually based on the capital cost of construction. So on those types of properties, the assessment's based on no different than I would have a SAGD or a pulp mill, or how I'm going to prepare the assessment on Great Plains MDF. It's the total capital construction cost. As I indicated, Great Plains, $600 and some million. We base that as the capital cost of construction, and then we remove costs which are excluded from assessment purposes, which is in the construction cost reporting guide, the CCRG, and that is the final assessed value of that property type. The same thing Dave Emery would do on that solar power systems assessment would be capturing that capital cost of construction, removing the CCRG cost, and that would be the basis of how he prepares his linear assessment. Some of the factors of depreciation in regulated property are different for how Great Plains will be assessed and how the solar, but in essence, we take the capital cost of construction as the point starting from in which to prepare our assessment.
Okay, thank you.
Does council have any other questions? Well, looks like you guys have done a fine job. You've answered all of our questions. I have one question, and I know you're not going to be able to answer it. What do you see coming in the future at us?
In regards to?
Assessment.
Okay, I will take the first part of that. Troy's kind of alluded to what he thinks with COVID-related and market value assessments. The Central Alberta Corridor for myself, like I say, we represent a large part of the province. There's very little happening. Unfortunately for you, you're one Central Alberta municipality that actually still has activity. Course Energy and Artist Exploration, and there's different companies still doing work here. And that's unique. I mean that with all due respect. I'm not trying to misguide you. The Central Alberta Corridor, really nothing's going on. There are certain areas around Coronation and Oyen and different areas, but really the vast part of the Central Alberta Corridor, there's not a lot of exploration. So in this corridor, you're lucky to have some of that growth happening and activity, but on that side of things, I wouldn't see a lot of significant assessment increases on the dip side, in my opinion. But it doesn't speak to say my next week's presentation is what I'd be saying there. So it's unique to each area of the province, Alberta, but on that side of things, there's activity here, so you're fortunate in that regard.
Thanks, Ray.
From a residential perspective, I mean, I mentioned earlier how originally people thought COVID was going to have a major negative impact, and we didn't see that, which is good. So I'm not forecasting there to be a major reduction in values due to market, but who knows, really? Like, market values are so dependent on many other variables like the oil and gas and sector in the province, and a lot of things. But if you'd asked me that a year ago, I might have said, we're a little leery about COVID. Not so leery about it anymore, and as it pertains to market value anyways.
Okay, thanks, Troy. Councillor Keever?
I have a ratepayer who's absolutely paranoid about a drone flying over his place assessing. Is that happening?
That is not us. It is not us. Yeah. And as always, if any of your ratepayers or council or anybody has any questions, something like this might come up, we're happy to answer. The person asking the question might not believe you that we're not using drones, but we aren't.
Not even when a dog's in the yard.
Right.
Okay, well, thank you very much for coming in, gentlemen, explaining our situation to us. Good luck with, well, good luck, I don't know. I guess everybody needs good luck, so. But anyway, thank you so much for coming in. So
awesome. Thank you.
Thanks, Roy and Ray and Chris. All righty, it is 10:40. We will, what we're gonna do is, I believe Barb is meeting with the assessment department, so we're gonna skip on to 8.6 in our agenda, which is the Dr. R&R reference. And as soon as I find it here, okay, and Mr. Hogan, you are presenting. Thanks, guys, and have a safe trip home.
Thanks, guys.
We got time to do this? We've got
Safe travel, right?
another delegation at 11. Okay, let's go with it, see how far we get.
Okay.
Anytime you're ready, Mr. Hogan.
Okay, through you, Mr. Reeve, as council is aware, the Kneehill Regional Partnership has undertaken a number of projects to do in the 2021 year. One of those projects that is being led by Kneehill County is the review and update, redraft, whatever term you want to apply to it, of the Doctor Recruitment and Retention Task Force. And the goal, the Kneehill Regional Partnership only has one subcommittee, and that is Dr. R&R. So the only direction, I guess, that the partnership has applied so far is that under the new protocols, they don't believe that they necessarily want subcommittees of this nature, and that when they explore these initiatives and projects, that they should have some sort of self-governing, or they should be on their own and not necessarily reporting to the partnership itself. So that is one outcome that they're looking at. Regarding the specific outcomes of Dr. R&R, the partnership is wanting to engage with its members, as well as with the current Dr. R&R task force itself, in order to solicit feedback around what should that committee be doing. So they've not embarked on an actual rewrite of the terms of reference yet until they know what direction they need to depict within that rewrite. And so as part of the process that was approved by the partnership, there's going to be two engagement components that you're going to see as a member council. The first is this one that's before you today, and that's the high level, very broad 30,000-foot view. What are the broad directions? What are the broad outcomes and the goals? So the committee, or the partnership, sorry, is not asking for the actual specifics or very detailed operations of the group yet. What they'll do is they'll take the high-level input around the overall goals and things that the members are putting forward. They'll refine those and make a decision on, with that input, what they feel, what the partnership feels the goals and outcomes of the Dr. R&R committee would do, and then they will re-engage with the members to saying, okay, you've given us some info, we've taken that info and we've chosen that the committees or the task force is going to go this direction. And that second engagement is when they'll be looking for more details within that specific direction. So the second engagement will be, this is a direction we're going, tell us more about this. We're no longer interested in some of the other directions. It's this one specifically, and we're looking for details within this box, so to speak. So what's before you today is the first questionnaire, looking to see from the county's perspective, what do we feel that the overall outcome should be, first off on the recruitment side, then on the retention side, and who do we think are stakeholders for the task force? Is who all should be maybe involved in this thing? We know right now that we're taking feedback from the municipal members. The same questionnaire is being forwarded to the Dr. R&R task force itself for their input. And so we're wondering who else is a stakeholder in this process, or who do we feel is a stakeholder in this process? And that will also lead to, ultimately, who should actually be sitting on the Doctor Recruitment and Retention Task Force. So basically today is we'll put the questions out there. We'll write down council's feedback, and then at the next meeting, the partnership will take that back to the partnership for their consideration. So the first question that's in front of you is, what should the goal of the task force be regarding the recruitment of doctors and or other medical professionals?
Okay, who wants to start? Okay, I guess I'll jump in. I guess the goal would be to highlight the community, to okay, so somebody comes into the community, they're looking to set up business. I think the group should probably be here to highlight the community and to say this would be a great place for you to open a business, become a doctor here, and ultimately stay. I don't know, what's anybody else's thoughts? Mr. Hogan.
Through you, Mr. Reeve, can I just ask a clarifying question on that? I want to make sure that, of course, as we're jotting the feedback down, that I'm getting this correctly. And I think what I heard you say is around that one of the roles of the committee could be as sort of a welcoming wagon once doctors are here.
Yeah, and that's where I was going with show the people around the community and show them what's available here. If they have an interest in curling, they can see where the curling clubs are, or if they have an interest in camping, show them where the campgrounds are, that kind of stuff.
So this would, okay, and this, I think this clarifies the feedback that I'll send back to the partnership if council concurs with that, with that route. Is that they, this would be highlighting our community to prospective doctors, and that this is part of the clarifying component. The doctors themselves, for the most part, are recruited by Alberta Health Services, and so this would be really welcoming once Alberta Health Services brought them to the community, or would the committee be going out and, say, paralleling Alberta Health Services to recruit them?
I would say once the health system has chosen the doctor this area, but I don't know. What's anybody else's thoughts? Councillor King.
I guess in my mind, the Alberta Health really doesn't choose the doctor to come here. They show, they indicate to our local clinic the opportunities that are available to them. And the problem that our local clinic has is in their own recruitment process. So, and in my mind, the goal of this task force regarding recruitment is, as Reeve Whitstock has already indicated, is to help showcase the community and the amenities. And then in my mind, probably even greater than that, is somehow we need to find a way to support the doctors in their own recruitment process. The way I understand it currently, they understand there's doctors available. They begin an interview process with them. The initial point is a single doctor within the clinic who interviews these doctors and determines in that doctor's mind whether they are suitable to come here or not. They then arrange a sort of meet and greet with the rest of the doctors in the clinic, and they all do an evaluation about the suitability of that doctor as a fit for the clinic. And that process takes time. What they encounter is the doctor is not just looking necessarily at our community, is looking in other communities as well. And oftentimes first to the post wins. And so if your process is quick, you can recruit. And sometimes maybe you're going to make a wrong choice and find a doctor who's not a good fit, but you have a doctor. Currently the process here, I feel, is a little bit slow in that recruitment process, and oftentimes they're in conversation with doctors and then the doctor's gone to another location. And somehow I would like to see, if the doctors were willing for this, is somehow help them to understand that recruitment process and how they can maybe streamline their own recruitment process. And I don't know how we go about that. But it's a training and an understanding of the process, and they certainly know they've missed opportunities in the past where they felt that ultimately a doctor would have been a good fit, but that doctor's gone. So it is we can do all sorts of things about showcasing the community and showing them the amenities and what we have to offer. But if the process by which our clinic is recruiting that doctor is too slow, comparatively speaking to someone who's in competition with them, oftentimes that opportunity is going to be lost. So how do we work to encourage doctors to come here and help them see what the community offers, but at the same time, how do we help our existing medical clinic and the people that are there in their own recruiting process to streamline it and increase the timeliness of it? To me, those are two big issues. That's the biggest issue, really. There are two issues, but the big one is that timeliness and the streamlining of that recruiting.
Councillor Penner.
And I don't blame doctors for moving on. They got a time frame, another job comes up. I don't blame them for, you know, like it's very important. Do the doctors ever use headhunters, as to say, to find somebody who would fit? Okay. I guess it's none of our business, as to say, but they run their own operation now.
Councillor King.
In response to your question, Councillor Penner, I'm not aware of them doing that. I think that really in a lot of ways, Alberta Health is the headhunter. They give you a list of potentially available doctors and who could be interested in our location, and then it's up to the clinic here to recruit that doctor in whatever way they choose to do that.
So it comes down to how can we help them? I don't know how we can help them with that process to speed it up, just other than to voice our opinion that we'd like to see it happen quicker and not lose some of these good ones, but I don't know.
Mr. Hogan.
If I can offer this to council, one of the beauties about this particular engagement session is that you don't need to delve into the details of how that process occurs. But if you think it's a role that the committee can, or the task force should be playing, then support that feedback back to the Kneehill partnership. And if they agree with it, ultimately it'll be up to the new committee to sort of figure that out. So what you're doing is giving them the marching orders. At the 30,000 foot level here today, you don't need to come up with the solutions to that question, but you can put it out there as we think the committee or the new task force, in whatever fashion it exists in, they should be figuring out the solution to that.
Councillor Kiever.
In this day and age of where you can't discriminate against anything, how much of a challenge is it to pick a doctor? If he's got the qualifications on a piece of paper, what else are they looking for in trying to pick a doctor?
Councillor King.
I guess one of the things that, and I totally understand why they approach it from this point of view, is you want a doctor who's going to join that group that'll work well with the group. You don't want a doctor necessarily coming in who is a disruptive presence to the entire operation. And so I think they're careful in the selection process in trying to determine the fit of a doctor with the rest of them. That's a lengthy process. That's not an easy process. If you're just willing to take a doctor because he's available, that's a much faster process. And there has to be, in my mind, there needs to be a balance between an available doctor and a doctor with a fit. And somehow, how do you bring those two ideas together? I'm not sure. And I'm not sure that really even the task force has a role in that necessarily. But that is one of the sticking points I see to recruitment of doctors in this area, is the process that they engage in. And I certainly understand why they engage in that process. You know, in my own business, I wouldn't just necessarily hire an agronomist because he's an agronomist. He has to have a very similar philosophy, approach to life, approach to clientele, ideas about how crop production should take place, all of those things. He needs to fit within the operation. Otherwise, we're going to be at loggerheads all the time, and nobody wants to be there. So I totally understand the process. I'm not sure how we can help streamline it or how we can make it easier, and I'm not even sure what the role of the task force would be in that. But it's a snag in the ability to get doctors here.
I think we could go round and round on this one question, and really it comes down to, should this question even be in here for us? Should it be the doctors themselves?
Do you want to avoid the question?
Well, that's a fair answer.
Yeah?
Truth of the matter is, we don't have a big role in recruitment any longer.
Councillor Christie.
It's kind of like a team sport. If you don't build the right team with a coach, you don't get it. We're in a competition to attract doctors to our community. They have to fit in the team because it is a team environment, because some doctors are on call, some aren't. And you want to be able to trust that other doctor looking after your patients when you're not there. I mean, it's a challenge to fill that bill, but it's also what we got to have.
Okay, well, I don't want to stop the discussion at this particular time, but we do have a delegation who I see is here, and I know his time is valuable. So could we have someone table this until after the delegation? Yes, Councillor King.
I'll table this topic until later in our meeting, sure.
Okay, all those in favor? And that is carried. Okay, I know we're maybe a minute or two early, Dave, but welcome. It's great to see you here. I think you know everyone at the table. We could go through introductions. All right, we'll start on my far right.
Wade Christie, I'm going to fill in a little bit here. When I was about 6, I ended up on the Price Farm with my dad picking up a couple of Duroc boars. And there was boys everywhere down there.
Hi, Dave. Debbie Penna.
Morning, Dave. Jerry Whitstock.
Good morning, I'm Faye McGee.
Glenn Keever.
Good morning and welcome, Ken King.
Well, Dave, I appreciate you coming in. We've been neighbors for years and years and years. You've actually probably remember me when I couldn't remember you. So, and I've watched everything you guys have done, because it's what you guys have done. You brought a lot of farming expertise to the area. You've been innovative. I remember the planes landing and hogs being brought in from England and brought into barns that were being built. I think the barns were still being built as the hogs were coming in. And I know most of my high school class spent a lot of time driving nails out your way. But it was close. It was only 3 miles from school, so what the heck. But I know you brought a lot of jobs to not only Kneehill County, but you brought them to Alberta, to Canada, to the US, to Asia, and now you've incorporated Europe into your fold. So I know the award that you've gotten from the Alberta Agriculture Hall of Fame, it's an award that you truly deserve. It's an award that you truly earned. And I congratulate you on your successes and all the best in the future, because I'm sure you're not done yet. And I do have, is there anything council would like to add? Yes, Deputy McGee.
I'd like to say too that you've had some very subtle, indirect impacts in my community. I know a lot of people have referred to the Price family and yourself in many different ways when they look at agribusiness and changing how they do things on the farm. And so though I've never met you personally, Dave, you have impacted our farm and our community's work by just the example you've set. And I want to thank you for having that to be looking towards.
Councillor Pitter.
I'd just like to say thanks, Dave, for everything you've done for the ag industry. From one extent to the other, there's just multiple, right across the whole world. And you come out of Kneehill County. So thank you very much.
Appreciate all those comments, and certainly I think the way you framed them is right. It's certainly not an individual effort. It's a lot of work with a bunch of pretty wonderful people. And I've had a great fortune of being able to work with and learn from people from all over different kinds of walks of life, and it's been valuable to me. And indeed, interactions, particularly with Debbie and with Jerry over the years, have been part of that. Because it's all about those relationships that we build as we work our way through the different responsibilities we choose to take on. And I've been very fortunate to be able to work with some really fine people and learn from them. So thank you very much.
Okay, well, we do have a little gift for you. And I think we would like to do a photo op, am I correct? Where would you like to do that, Christine? Outside. Okay. That means. All right.
Just yourself, probably?
Well, if anyone on council wants to join in, maybe all of council could join in, because it is a presentation from council to you, Dave. So why don't we all just meet outside someplace? You pick the doctor recruitment and retention off the table. Councillor Christie.
Yeah, just before I do that, one of the comments I made outside, Dave, was that we wanted to thank you very much for the community support, and I wanted to mention it in here so that it was streamed. So thank you very, very much for the huge community support, both in Acme, but in the whole province. So thank you very much. And on that, I'll lift the tabled motion off the floor.
All right, we've got a motion to lift doctors R&R off the table. All those in favor? And that is carried. Okay, we were on question 1. Is there any more discussion on, I know you were going to speak at one point in time there, Councillor King.
I guess my comment was going to be the answer to question 2 is much easier than the answer to question 1. And in my mind, success in recruitment is defined by having a full complement of doctors active in our clinic, which is, from Alberta Health Services point of view, is probably about 9 doctors. 8 or 9 doctors is about the maximum that and then they would feel we're fully serviced. So success would be 9 active doctors settled and treating patients within our community. That's the easy question to answer.
Yes, that is the easy one. How do we get there?
The process by which we accomplish that and the process by which we help our doctors accomplish that. I think that's probably the more adequate way to phrase it, is how do we as a community assist the doctors in attaining that goal of having 9 settled and active doctors would be probably more appropriate.
Mr. Hogan, any comments?
Nothing specific to that or the goals. I did have a couple follow-up questions regarding question number 1. And this relates to, there are some doctor recruitment and retention committees out there. We're not the only group that has one. Some of the roles that the other ones do is they don't just work with prospective doctors coming in who has come in. They work with the universities as well, whether that be through their rural health program or, you know, with university students to showcase the community. There's nothing that says that ours has to do that, but it's just a question for me to put out there to you is, do you feel that that's a role that they can or should be playing, or no? You know, if you're purely, you know, doctors ready to practice in our community, that's a function. But it is just a clarification and the feedback to provide. The other component, or the other question I was going to ask is the current terms of reference deals not only with doctors, but with other medical staff as well. So whether it's physiotherapists, individuals like that. One of the questions I've got for council is, do you see this committee focused solely on doctors, or are other medical professionals within the scope of this committee?
Councillor Penner.
In the past, before this all came back to us, were we not supporting him as a Kneehill Regional at expos and conventions and stuff like that? We were already there, or the doctors might have been part of the table, or plus our task force or whoever was there. So I thought we were getting away from that a little bit. Because the doctors are appointed to us, as to say, and then the doctors have to go through them themselves and work out who will fit into their team. So I'm not sure if they would like us to continue that. I guess we get a feel for that if they want us to continue to support them at their convention or their expos, or however they, the medical profession does it, to find out who's recruiting or not. I'm sorry, I don't know a lot because I don't sit on that board, right? I'm just trying to read between the lines when we discuss stuff here.
Councillor King.
So just in response to that, I would agree that particularly Councillor Campbell from Three Hills has been active with the doctors in meeting with medical students and others at the colleges, universities where they are, and promoting the community to them. Generally speaking, there are some sort of open house opportunities where doctors from here, as well as members of the Recruitment and Retention Committee, have attended to promote the community as a possible end destination for doctors who are currently in medical school. In addition, the clinic here is very active in the use of residents or encouragement of residents to come here, and then through that give them exposure to the community as they're in the process of learning. So they give them an opportunity. Dr. Calhoun particularly often is working with a resident, you know, both helping them in their education, but also giving them exposure to this community as an opportunity, as a potential end destination for them. So they do take advantage of those, as well as the, what's the word? The locums, right?
Yep.
Where we often are recruiting and looking for locums to serve in this area, again, with the potential of giving them exposure to the area and potentially helping them to see that this might be a location. If they're looking for a permanent placement, this might be a spot for them. So, and often when they come either as a resident or as a locum, the Dr. R&R committee is involved in some type of hosting activity, as well as in, usually the doctors like to give them some kind of a gift at the end, and it's really the Doctor Recruitment and Retention Task Force that's often facilitating that process as well.
So would the goal be to streamline the recruiting part of it? I'm just trying to come up with what the goal would be.
Well, again, I guess it's very difficult for us.
It's not our goal, it's their goal.
It's very difficult for us to establish that as a goal to streamline the process when it's not our process.
Yeah.
And so in a lot of ways, we're sort of saying we'd like to see this, but it's not our responsibility to say that. And so I guess in my mind, it's more, the conversation needs to be more around, is there a way that we can assist our medical clinic and the doctors that are there in the process of that recruiting and in helping them streamline their, but in the end, if they choose that the process they have is the right one for them, it's pretty hard for us to say, no, it's not. Because ultimately, they end up being the individuals who work with the new doctors and who have to integrate them into the team that they've already established. And so it's pretty hard to be a little heavy-handed top-down when ultimately, day-to-day, we don't have to work with them. However, we need doctors, and so how do we help? That's the big questions, right?
Mr. Price.
At the risk of sort of coming at this from left field, and I hope you take my comments just as ideas.
Could you please just use the mic, Dave? We have one counselor who's on video conference, and just, there's a button there, you just push it when the mic turns red. Everyone can hear you, and it'll also come in on the live streaming feed. Thank you, Dave.
So just from my own experience, or our experience in trying to deal with things around the health world, obviously there's a lot of frustration in the provider side, and there's a lot of intervention, if you like, on the political side across the country, but especially here in Alberta. So one of the things that I think new doctors would appreciate is the opportunity to know that they are moving to a place where the technological support for them is equal or better than it is in other places. And I don't know exactly what the clinic manages here, but one of the things that we're spending quite a bit of time is on the information side. and I'm actually part of the Patient Voice, which is a national patient advisory group for the Canadian Medical Association. And there we're pushing pretty hard on trying to have an understanding and acceptance of the fact that patients' information should be readily available, essentially instantaneously available to the patient and their care team. And in Alberta, that doesn't happen. Cross jurisdictions, even within hospitals, or cross between family docs and the Alberta health system. And so I'm not trying to take you out into left field and say you should go out and create another one, but what I'm saying is that what you might do is consider talking with the doctors about those things that would make their jobs easier and also make it more attractive for new ones to join. And that interactivity on the information side and on the technology side right now for most doctors is viewed as a sinkhole, not a positive thing, because they're being required to input information multiple ways, and particularly family doctors are having to implement or put information in multiple times in order to accomplish that kind of universal information base as best they can. And so if there's, that's just my own perspective, but there might be other areas where doctors would say, well, only if we had that. And whether there's a way of facilitating that happening or even considering supporting it in your local clinic in a way that made it more attractive for doctors to come and say, well, that makes my job easier. I can be a lot more successful on a care team with patients there than I might someplace else.
Thanks for your insight, Dave. I know you are active in the medical side of things and the promotion of doing better service for the residents.
Yeah, we're trying to look at it, and as you would appreciate it from each of your places around the table, if you look at it from a system point of view, which is what you're doing now, there are many things that could be a lot better in the Alberta health picture. And if you think about the interventions that are happening, that makes it worse. And so locally, it's a challenge to overcome that, just like Mr. King said, but there are some things that you might be able to do around the edges that actually have a fair amount of impact individually and on the patients here that may not get you across purposes with what those that rule from on high determine, right?
Yeah. Councillor King.
I guess, Mr. Price, you've provided me with a good segue to something that was running through my head earlier, and perhaps the question around this recruitment side is really, it's not at this level that we should be having the conversation, but it should be at the doctor level. Like, what is it that we as communities can provide to them to assist them in their recruitment? And we have done things like the doctor bonus and those other kinds of things, but sometimes we miss the small stuff that they see as important, which Mr. Price has just pointed out. And perhaps maybe we're asking the wrong people the question. We're asking the right question perhaps, but maybe we're asking the wrong people. And so perhaps we should be, as we review and look at this task force, we should be assigning them the responsibility to find out what exactly it is that doctors need. Earlier today, we had a conversation around ultrasound. I'm betting that the value that we place on that ultrasound is maybe lower than the value that's being placed on it by the doctors and the staff that work in the clinic right next door. And so as we look at it strictly from a financial, economic point of view, whereas they look at it from a service level and a quicker service level to the people that they serve every day. And so they're taking a very different approach to it and than just dollars and cents, which is where we tend to come from. So you know, that conversation around something like an added service that they see as high value to their clients, and potentially giving them ability to recruit other doctors to say, we have this service and it's available right here. You don't have to send your patient to Calgary or to Red Deer. And so they attach much greater value to that than perhaps we would as politicians sitting here making dollar and cents decisions, right? So thanks for that.
Yes, go ahead.
Just, I would encourage you to, one of the things that we like to say to the audiences that we deal with is dream forward, because the health system is reactionary by its nature. I get sick, I'll treat you, right?
And the sicker you get, the faster it'll treat you.
Yeah, so it's a case of, and you'll find that when you have those conversations with those doctors, they will be answering in that way for the most part. They'll be thinking about how I fix what I have to deal with, as opposed to thinking about how do I change things so I don't have to do that, or I don't have to do it that way. And so one of the things that you will know is going to cause great change in the health quote system is a lot of the remote digital monitoring and diagnostic opportunities that are there, that are coming. Think about the Fitbits, and you think about all the wearables, and you think all those things. I think that rural centers have an advantage in looking at that kind of thing to augment their services faster than the big legacy facilities that are used to looking in the rearview mirror to figure out what they need to do. So if you think about it that way and say, okay, what's on the horizon? 5 years from now, what are we going to be doing in this clinic? What's possible? What kind of technology that AHS won't be buying for 5 years, but you might be in a position to be able to facilitate the utilization here and move that forward and make it a more attractive place to be as providers and as doctors. Because that is a challenge. It really is a challenge to get management people in the health system to look forward to what might be coming and then plan that way, as opposed to, I've got a wait list of 649 people and I have to deal with that. So they might layer in things that are expensive to deal with that, because that's their way of, we got to do it now, instead of sitting there and saying, well, if we just made this adjustment or we just made that adjustment, all of a sudden the pressure comes off and the lines shorten up just simply by being more effective in what we do, or not having to send people to Calgary to get an ultrasound that has a 3-week wait list, whatever that is. It's quite likely that there'll be remote diagnostic, an elevation in the number of remote diagnostics, the artificial intelligence. Those things are going to change how doctors act, or it'll change the need for doctors that act like they do today. And it'll be the new ones that'll be the ones that'll be sitting there saying, well, I don't know how to do that. You got an iPhone? I've got an adapter for you. Now you can do that ultrasound in your clinic.
I appreciate your insight, Mr. Price. And I know
I
you
don't
can
have
add-
any equipment to sell, so you don't have to worry about
So have we covered that point? Mr. Hogan, your thoughts?
No, I think so.
Thanks, Dave.
The overall question has been solely related to doctors, so I think when I convey that back to the Kneehill Partnership, I'm going to say that's where council's focus is, because that is a bit of a deviation from currently, but I've not heard any other discussion, so I guess my question is that fair? Okay, so yeah, and it's all good discussion, and this is really what you're trying to sort through as a council right now, is you're providing input, we're going to have input from the other 5 municipal members, and the partnership's going to have to sort through that to essentially give the doctors R&R task force its new marching orders. And maybe they'll be the same marching orders, but I suspect there'll be some changes. There'll be some new marching orders, and a lot of the stuff you talked about can be incorporated in there. So that discussion with the doctors, how they're assessing, you know, what assists we can give to their recruitment process, right? And that's where I go back to the comment I made earlier, is around the table today, you guys don't have to solve those problems. But if you're identifying, you know, we want the committee or we want the task force to be working with the doctors to ask those questions and to solve those problems, then that's really what you're saying. This is what the goal of the group is. And that's the input that you're putting forward, right? And if you're good there with 1 and 2, then question 3 is really identical to question 1, except it focuses more to the retention side of it rather than the recruitment.
Deputy Reeve McGee.
Before we go forward in number 3, I just wanted to add, I think a good way to frame it, or the vocabulary I'm interested in, is we need to have a good concept, and this is what came from listening to Mr. Price. We need to have a good understanding of what are the barriers to people coming to our community. And how, I think being able to gather some of that information might be a role the task force could have.
Councillor King.
Just for clarification, when you say barriers to people coming, you mean barriers to doctors?
Yes, so I mean, what are the challenges, what are the barriers, what's disengaging for them to even consider being here? If we did A, B, and C, they'd be more likely to. I'd like to know what those A, B, and C's might be.
And that would be in conversation with the doctors group.
I think the doctors group would be valuable. I also think the students would be valuable.
Potential candidates.
Yes, even more so. Where, again, where's the future? The students would have a concept. They have they know what they're looking for a livelihood coming into a community. What worked for someone 15 years ago is not necessarily what we're going to see the young new people coming in, or even our new immigrants coming in and expecting of our society.
Councillor King.
How about a modified exit interview with a doctor who didn't come but chose to go somewhere else? What drove the decision to go elsewhere as opposed to come here? What are the things that made that other service location more attractive to them than potentially coming here? And are those the issues that perhaps we need to address, as as Deputy Reeve McGee is pointing out? What's the barrier? What's keeping them from not coming here? And perhaps those are some of the ideal people that we should have an interview with to say, what drove your decision to go somewhere else? Very good point. Thanks, Faye.
I just see our role is about our community and about our people and the residents who are here. And when we cross into giving support directly to the doctors, technically we're giving direct support then to a business that's a clinic. It happens to be a medical facility, and for some reason that changes how we look at things, but we wouldn't do that to this regard in any other business. So we need to look more at the community questions. What do we as a community make us viable to be a community? What makes us sustainable as a community? Doctors and medical professionals is one of them, and that's how we need to frame how we're in that, not in a way that is business attraction for a business, but business attraction for people to come here to do business. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Yep.
Okay.
What's keeping people from coming here? Councillor Keever. Sorry, Councillor Keever.
I have a very real problem with where the doctors get to decide who's going to come here or not. Anybody in private business has that ability to do that, but this is not a private business. And so when they get that choice, it looks to me like the tail is wagging the dog. You know, I mean, no other business would ask the employees that are already there, do you want this guy to come work here? That is off the table, that question. And I really feel that it's a discrimination choice. I'm sure there's lots of guys that were women that have maybe looked at Three Hills, but they've been scared off for some reason or other. Not from the community or anything else, but going into that environment.
Councillor King?
Well, I guess that's really why, Councillor Keever, that's really why we need to be asking the questions, not only of our existing complement of doctors, but potentially of the ones who might or might not come here, to find out what's driving those decisions. And I think that, you know, we say this is not a private business, but yes, it is a private business, and we can't have it both ways. We can't say it's a private business, therefore we can't subsidize or help them, and at the same time say, no, it's not a private business, and therefore they can't make decisions about how they operate their own business. We either have to say it's private business and they have some control and choice over how they drive that thing forward, and then we have to figure out how we help them, or we say it's not a private business and then we take that control away from them. We can't have it both ways.
Well, if we've covered 1 and 2, have we? We can go on to number 3, and like Mr. Hogan had stated, that question that's before us, what should the goal of the task force regarding retention of doctors and or medical professions? We'll put that one on the table. Councillor King?
This is such a difficult discussion to have because there's no other business that we, as a council, as councils, as municipalities, have such a vested interest in like we do with doctors. Without doctors, we don't survive. And yet, we've chosen to participate in the management of those, that service somewhat with this task force. And so in some ways, we're sticking our finger in where it doesn't really belong. And at the same time, we have a heavily vested interest in having doctors here. So how do we, how do we work cooperatively with them and yet without appearing to be favoring them in any one way, shape, or form? It's very, very difficult. And so when we get to this question 3, really you go back to a lot of things that Mr. Price has already stated in terms of, thinking and trying to remove obstacles.
Before they become obstacles.
That's keeping them away, right? And so it is data input and it is all that aggravating in the background stuff. But I know, and most of you know, that in what you do for a living, paperwork never goes away and it's always there. I know the doctors say they spend a lot of time charting and entering information and getting it in all the right places to ensure that it's there when it's needed. But that's part of the responsibility they have as a doctor. Very similarly to the rest of us in our own businesses, the paperwork that's there exists for a specific reason. None of us tend to like to do any more than we absolutely have to, but at the same time, we have to do the stuff that has to be done. So the questions we again need to be asking is, what's keeping them from establishing themselves here? Why do we get a doctor that will come in? And we recently had an experience like that where we had a doctor come. She had in her mind a very specific practice type that she wanted. We don't have we can't provide the numbers that she needs. And so she chose to go elsewhere. Can we say she should have stayed? No, because she wouldn't have been happy here. It's unfortunate that it didn't work out. So how can we answer the questions really? Again, question 4 is really easy, right? We want doctors permanently established in our community and who are willing to stay here and live here. What doctors want today isn't the same as what, Dr. Lundell, Dr. O'Neill, Dr. Hay. You go back in history and you get way back where it was more, I hate to use the word, but maybe in reality it was more a ministry in some ways to a community than it was a business. And they looked at their role as a doctor very, very differently than the way doctors look at their roles nowadays. And so how can we adapt within our communities in a way, as Deputy Reeve McGee alluded to earlier, to help them establish and stay here? And how do we look at the barriers and find out what the barriers are that are keeping them from doing that? Those are huge, huge questions.
Deputy Reeve McGee.
And those questions belong with any business and economic development component of what we provide here. And so again, what makes the doctor's clinic a different component than any other economic development that we're trying to establish? And I think that's partly why this is going in circles so much about what do we want as a purpose. What I see that could be a purpose that we haven't talked a lot about is more, are we maybe the advocates for having and agents of change of what the medical system as a government of Alberta sees is appropriate for our area? And again, that's dealing with the obstacles and the barriers. I again, go back to talking about the paperwork. They have several ways of doing paperwork. What they're telling us, what I understand from the few doctors I spoke to, is it's not efficient. So then they are doing more paperwork to fill in a hole here and a need here and a need here. It could have been one piece of paperwork and all of those dynamics could have been served with that same work. And I compare that to what the RCMP just had indicated. They updated their computer system. How they do their paperwork has changed dramatically, and you're already seeing a dramatic difference on them with boots on the ground. And so what do we need to do? So it's not about recruiting them, it's not about retaining them, it's about providing an environment conducive to good business for the medical industry. So now I'm really flipping what we might be about. Sorry. Let's go around again in another circle.
Through Mr. Reeve, there's not, there's not an apology to be made for flipping it. Like, the whole point of this exercise that the partnership is doing is trying to align the task force. If it's not currently aligned, which maybe the members feel that it is, but if it's not currently aligned, what should that new alignment be, right? And what sort of function should it be doing? And it's, as you've seen throughout the discussion, it's very difficult to keep out of the details or the weeds at this point. And where I'd go is trace those back to what are those things that you want to see done. And if the goal in retention, we've heard from the doctors, their comments around they want to feel supported. And it's tough to have that conversation without delving down into the specifics of how you're going to do that. But it's also tough to just leave it at support the doctors, because that really doesn't tell us anything, right? So, that's where you're grasping around the conversation, is to try and figure out, well, where is that, right? If you look at the question and you take it outside the realm of, what should the goal of we've used that word goal. It doesn't have to be goal. Like, could be functions. What are the functions that the doctors R&R should be doing regarding retention? And we're not necessarily wanting to get into they should have a barbecue or they should do this. That's you're going to task the committee with that, right? And in the second phase of the engagement, when we have an actual box defined, you're going to have opportunity, and I would suggest still don't get into let's have a barbecue and that level of stuff, but set the parameters for how the committee is going to do it. And so as an example, when you get into that second round of consultation, that's when you're going to get into some of those things of saying, hey, if we're tasking them with A, B, C, and D, what resources are we going to give them? So are they going to come every year having made up a budget and request to the members, or are we going to give them a per capita rate? and they figure out how they spend it. Or, you know, there's different options and where that goes, but in order to have those, you kind of need to know what you're gonna task them with. And it's no different than what we do internally. Is I'll use Jacqueline as an example, is we don't say to Jacqueline, you know, go forth and do A, B, C, and D, and here's $20 for your budget year, right? You know, so it's, you know, what we want her to accomplish is directly related to the resources she needs to do it, right? And so you've got that conversation coming in the second type of phase. But things like this that you may want to say is in there, you know, you guys have talked already here today around the, you know, being agents or advocates for change. You know, that absolutely is a goal that you can put down for the committee to say is that, you know, we think a role of the task force in the future is being an advocate or a lobbyist for healthcare improvements in support of our doctors. And that's fine to leave it as that statement. And then if that gets into the box that we define later, we'll get into more details about what that looks like. And some of those might come out here today too, is you might look at it and say, hey, what does that mean? You guys have talked about the nature of the clinic itself, right? Now, I'll echo, the clinic is a private business. So they have those, you know, they're billing the taxpayer. That's the nature of their business. But it is a private business of which the doctors are owners, depending on their setup. I don't know here if they're owners or if they're independent contractors or however it works, but they're set up as a business. You know, as you work through that, you might look at some of the things, you know, is the role for the committee or for the task force in terms of retention, you know, is it to subsidize the business or is it not, right? That's a definition that gives guidance to whatever format the future task force comes. And where it leads to is if you talked about I'll give you an example. Other communities that I've been at is, you know, the doctors were still doing a lot of paperwork and filing, and because they had not upgraded to the part of the provincial electronic system, they were making the argument that, you know, that shouldn't be a cost they should incur, that the municipalities and the taxpayers should incur that cost so that they could provide that service. The municipalities made the counter argument that that is a business decision, and as business owners, it's up to them to foot that cost. You know, and that's where you know, if you lay out a philosophy one way or the other, you're really helping to make that box for the task force so they can deal with those things when it comes forward. And they say, hey, our role is to advocate for you and do this, or to do this and this. It's not to do this and this. You know, where the committee, I think, sees stuff happening now is, well, if there's things shaping up that you know, say the clinic wants a piece of equipment or wants something like that. You know, as your marching orders to the task force, you may consider that and potentially fund it if your budget allows, or no, that's outside your scope, right? So you can keep it at those high levels, but you're still helping to define the box and the parameters for what that task force is going to do.
Councillor King.
In a way, doctors are like farmers. In some ways, they're price takers, right? And the unfortunate thing that they run into is there's a level of government that we don't have in the farming industry that dictates this is the maximum that we're going to allow you to do. Like, so if you're a super overachiever as a doctor, it's almost like you're scamming the system. It seems to be the way that's evaluated. If you're a super overachiever as a farmer and you get 100 bushels of wheat as compared to your neighbor who's growing 50, there's no penalty for you for doing that, other than it has to be economic and adds value to your business. So if you're expending more to get that 100 bushels than you should be, well, you're gonna have to make some business decisions. But in some ways, doctors, they are price takers. They do a consult, it's worth this much money. And so there is a limit, and there's an expectation that if you're really exceeding everybody else out there, like you're a super overachiever, somehow you got to be doing something that's wrong. And that comes from the top down, right? Like a lot of the discussion that goes around what doctors get paid and how the province is compensating them and all of that stuff is extremely frustrating to them. And Mr. Price alluded to that earlier about, you know, there's a lot of political interference on this in the medical system because it's about funding it. right? And so there's lots of things that we're not going to be able to do there. But we can advocate for our doctors to say, we have doctors in this community who deserve to be paid what they're getting paid, and help the public to understand and help the province to understand. So that's an advocacy role that we could take. We should just say to the doctors, welcome to farming. We've been there for years, centuries. That's where we've been, right? But at the same time, we have to find ways to help them and to establish more doctors in this community. And it's a huge conversation. And like you said, as Mr. Hogan said earlier, is there a role for the doctors committee to subsidize or help subsidize, or to raise funds to bring in equipment to help the clinic add services that then draw more patients, makes their jobs easier? Is there some role in that, not necessarily just subsidization, but in terms of, I don't know, community fundraising support that doesn't exist for that committee at this point in time? I don't know. That might be something not just on the subsidy side of things, but in terms of helping them to raise money for, we do it for the hospitals, we do it for all sorts of other groups. Why not necessarily for our doctors, right?
Thank you very much, Dave. Thanks very much. And congrats. Can hardly wait for the ceremony. I can hardly wait for your ceremony. So where are we at here?
Through you to pick up on what Councillor King just said, is that as council, you can give that type of direction back at this point. Is if you see that, you know what, there's maybe a retention role there for what I've jotted down as indirect fundraising. Then what you're doing is you're really giving some parameters, or what you feel should be parameters, to the partnership to consider, right? And where that ultimately leads is, if you go that route, you're saying, hey, we think that this committee could play a role in organizing community fundraising activities and stuff like this, but they're not going to be directly providing cash to the group. If that's where you're at as a council philosophically, you can absolutely put that feedback back, and that helps draw the parameters for the partnership. If that's the role that you think they could play, or that they should play, right? And really what you're doing by saying that is, we think the committee, the task force, should be supportive, but we don't think that it should be a subsidization mechanism, if you go with that philosophy.
That's my way of saying it, yes.
Councillor Christie.
Ken started this, so I'm going to go on with it. We built a bricks and mortar building similar to my combine without technology. I much prefer running a combine that has all the toys on it, and maybe the money that we're using for doctors' bonuses to sign, and Dave touched a little bit on technology advancement and stuff. Maybe we're better to support the facility in a technological point of view to get as modern as we can get, to attract the younger generation that's coming in here, saying, this is available, why don't we have it here? Because I got it over there. And we're in a competition. If we don't have that facility, both bricks and mortar and technology, and access to technology, then we're spinning our wheels.
Councillor King.
I think a perfect example again is this ultrasound machine, right? Like, for them to come in and say to us as a council, we want you to subsidize this machine, we get into the dollars and cents of it, right? And it's a subsidy to a private business and all those things. However, if the doctor committee had the mandate to act as a fundraising source for those kind of things, like equipment, they could go out to the community and say, listen, this is an opportunity to bring a new technology to the clinic in Three Hills. And I bet bingo bango, in no time you'd have the $50, $80, $100,000 that was required in order to put that piece of machinery into that clinic. And then to bring in the service, which would then assist the doctors. To come to us as municipalities and say, give us money to put into our private business to buy this piece of machinery, we have a harder time with that. Whereas if that was the mandate of that committee, man, I could see it would fly. So would I.
Deputy Reeve McGee.
Which brings it back to then the justification I was saying, let's make this about an economic development, a community development thing, not about a specific business. And so then we would own that ultrasound machine and have that be utilized by the people who come in, as opposed to, you know, paying for whatever needed. You know, we don't want the grain elevator now to come say, well, you gave technology to the doctors, so you need to give technology for us to handle the farmers, right? So keeping it a community spirit type of item, not a subsidizing business item. Do we have to before we eat?
Can we answer question 5? I think if
I don't know if we even have lunch coming in, do we?
We do.
Oh, we do? Oh, okay.
Like, I think, are we philosophically gone round and round enough about question 1, 2, 3, and 4? Or would we like to answer question 5?
It's my first reaction is we can't really answer who is the stakeholders until we decided what we're really about. So if we're going to, you know, if the partnership buys into the fact that this needs to be more of a community project, not a invest in.
Project.
Yes. That changes who the stakeholders are somewhat. I do think it keeps the municipalities regardless. The municipalities are part of the stakeholders, but I don't think it's limited to us.
Councillor King?
The only comment I'll make on this one, I think, and you can hold me to it, is in the current model, it is the municipalities that are the stakeholders, and not beyond that, I don't think.
Mr. Hogan?
If I can offer this to council, this might help the discussion, is, you know, it's easy to look at the stakeholder, well, the community's a stakeholder, the municipalities as funders are stakeholders, the clinic is a stakeholder, those types of things. If the question was redefined as, you know, when you look down the road at the composition of the task force, and again, trying to do it, as Deputy Reeve McGee said, without knowing exactly what you're tasking them with accomplish, who do you envision is there at the table? And sort of where that leads to is, you know, under the current grouping, you have municipalities around the table, you have representation from the doctors in the medical clinic, seniors outreach is sitting at the table. Under one of the other proposals to revise it, you saw members at large being proposed to sit at the table, you saw the Chamber of Commerce being proposed to sit at the table. You know, if there's a table, and again, you'll get another chance at refining this, but if there's a table, who do you think should be at it?
Well, again, if we're going back to how to make our communities attractive and make it a community project to create attractive things, that we need the seniors outreach and the FCSS and the various different dynamics of medical that's out there as well to have input in some way or another. Is it that they're around the table all the time, or are they part of a consultation process? But definitely I agree. Community members need to be a part of it in some way then, if that's where we go. And I agree with Councillor King. if it stays the way it is, it definitely is not a wise thing to do. If it's about funding and not solely what it's so far been about, keeping it only municipalities is my first choice.
My feeling is it can't get too big. Too big of a committee, they're unproductive. It's, so this is going to be a tough decision to make who's going to be on it, who's going to represent the community, as to say. Does it stay with the municipalities and hopefully the general public approaches their local member, or, you know, or the seniors, they approach their seniors, but we can't let this committee get too big or it's going to be very unproductive.
I think the heading of the Kneehill Regional Partnership, I mean, it says communities working together. That is the committee. I mean, it changed their focus and direction from specifically doctor recruitment to what does the community want?
So, do we have enough direction for you, Mr. Hogan?
I think so, because some of the ones like that, you'll likely come back to as part of the second round of engagement, right? So what'll happen now is that the same way that you've provided feedback, the other 5 municipal members will provide that feedback. The current doctor in our task force has the same questionnaire. They'll provide that feedback. The Kneehill Regional Partnership will take all that, and then they'll make a determination around, okay, here's the goals in the box. So they might look, you know, if all the municipalities offer the same input, that makes it simple. If there's some countering inputs in there, that's going to be discussed by the partnership, but then the partnership's going to put out, here's the box, right? And here's the direction. So we've got enough to put that forward to them that they can have the discussion, that they can talk about it, weigh it against the input from the other members, all that sort of stuff. And then once they've drawn that box, you'll see another one come out that delves a bit deeper. And again, it's not going to go to the ground level, not into the weeds, but it'll delve deeper than this one did.
So in other words, you're saying the next batch of questions are going to be hard also?
They actually might get easier, because you're going to be, it's not so wide open, right? As you're saying that, hey, this is the goal that we've set. Tell us more about this thing specifically, right?
I'll hold you to that. Okay, well, if we're done this agenda item, it is lunchtime, and I do believe lunch is here. You don't require a motion for this, it was just direction?
I think if council was to direct administration just to provide feedback to the Kneehill Regional Partnership regarding the Dr. R&R Task
right.
Force as discussed.
Or does council want to continue on the conversation? Deputy Reeve McGee.
I'd like to move that we direct the administration to provide the feedback to the Kneehill Regional Partnership as we discussed.
Okay, we have a motion before us, and that is the one that's up on the screen. Is that the motion you would like to see?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Reeve McGee. I will call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Okay, we will recess for lunch at this time. Thank you very much. Glenn has gone to the doctor's.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that.
Yeah. Okay, it is 1 o'clock and I will bring the meeting back to order. I just want to do a little clarification on our previous item, which would have been the Doctor Recruitment and Retention Task Force. When we were out doing our pictures with Mr. Price, he expressed to me that he was very interested in what we were discussing, and knowing that he spent a considerable amount of time trying to make the medical system more accountable, more efficient, and he's dealt with the medical system and he's dealt with the political side of things. I use my discretion as Reeve to allow him to comment if he so choose. And I think his comments were very valuable in our discussion. And I like to see him offer his point of view, and that is why we let him speak. So in case there's anybody wondering, that is why. So our next agenda item is 8.5, Cannabis Operations. Welcome, Ms. Hazelton, and anytime you are ready.
I guess Mike just asked if I would clarify.
Sorry, it is Mr. Hogan.
Yeah.
I flipped the page without reading. Sorry.
It's like, okay, that's fine.
I saw Barb's look of panic. So this, through you, Mr. Reeve, this item is on council's agenda today, and it was brought forward by Councillor King. Councillor King wanted council to have a discussion regarding cannabis production operations in the county. I think, as we're all aware, with the legalization of marijuana, we have seen a proliferation of cannabis cultivation, some of it legal, some of it not. And there's a number of issues surrounding that I believe that will be on the table for a discussion today, and more so what the county is doing, what we can do, those sorts of questions. But that, now that I've kind of founded the item, is maybe I'll, if with council's indulgences, maybe I'll turn this over to Councillor King if I've missed anything in that explanation.
Okay, Mr. Reeve and Council, I guess I asked to bring this forward, having encountered a situation, ratepayer brought it to my attention, and wondered what we as a county knew or didn't know about a number of these facilities. And really the gist of the conversation I had with him ultimately ended up with, you need to contact the RCMP. You need to have a conversation with the RCMP. You need to express your concerns to them. He said that had occurred. He wasn't very happy with the outcome. And so I guess from my point of view as his counselor, I am also concerned about what we're seeing happening. There is a lot of these facilities popping up, some legal and some otherwise. But there's no way for us as a municipality to know which are legal and which are not. We're really not privy to the information that the federal government has and gives in the licensing of these facilities. So we don't know, even if they are a registered and licensed facility, are they operating within their license? It's not information that we have access to. And so I guess my thought is I would like to see council have a conversation around it, and perhaps we're going to do two things. One is make our residents aware of the fact that there are more and more of these facilities. Not all of them are registered and licensed, and that there is a safety issue potentially around some of these. And then perhaps to advocate through FCM or some other body with the federal government to see if, as a municipality, we can get access to more information so that we at least know, A, they're legal, B, they're registered for a certain amount of production, and that somebody's actually observing and watching and saying, yes, they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. The way it is right now, it's the Wild West out there, really, is what it is, and nobody has a clue what's going on. And I do believe it is a safety issue, and it is a public health issue. And so that's where I'm at on it. I know I did have conversation with our administration about it, and they were able to provide me with a limited amount of information, but basically the response to me was also call the RCMP. So that's my sort of setup, and I'm willing to hear what the rest of the council has to say.
Well, thank you, Councillor King. Go ahead, Councillor Penner.
Just a question for planning. So the federal government does communicate with you, so you know, do you know in planning which ones are licensed through the federal government?
So the answer to that is no. Part of the applicant's process is that they do have to adhere to whatever the bylaws of the municipality, the province, all of those things. And for some of the larger standard size operations, they do need to come through our door first. We've had 2 that have gone through the redesignation process. One has gone through the development permit process in our municipality. And so that's part of the application they submit to the feds. I'm not sure, and both of those are micro size, so they're the smaller size. With the medical side, it's a little bit different. So if somebody's got a permit for a medical prescription, they can grow a fair number of plants under that prescription, and we don't know about those. The challenge when I go into either the federal site or AGLC site to see who's licensed, there's never a land location with those. So just to give you stats, Health Canada has issued 72 federal licenses in Alberta, but we just have a name and what they're licensed to do, but we don't have a location, and very rarely do we have a phone number. With AGLC, they have contracts with 89 producers. Not all of those are Alberta, like they can contract with BC as well, Saskatchewan and other growers. They're on that AGLC license. There's 15 names that are the same as the federal license. So again, there is some challenges with trying to do apples to apples, but we are not privy to that or to the medical ones. So the medical ones are outside of our realm if they're growing it for prescription purposes. Otherwise, if they're coming into our county to grow, cultivate, or do it, whether it's micro or standard, they do require rezoning and a development permit. So does that help answer?
So my other question would be, if approval was given by MPC for a greenhouse of some kind, I'm just picking another thing, and they change the commodity that's grown in the greenhouse, do they have to come back to MPC, or would they go straight to the federal government?
If they wanted to do that, they do need to go through our rezoning. So they need to be zone light industrial. So if they're going to change the use, because we have a different zoning for greenhouses for flowers and vegetables, that's ag business. If it's cannabis, it's light industrial. So they would have to fit into the right district in order to do that. And otherwise, and then their development permits would also come through MPC. If they're a micro operation, they are permitted use. And so that would just go through the office. So once they've gone through that rezoning, the micro stuff would go, we would permit that through the office, and then anything standard would be discretionary, and that would come back to MPC. Retail, they would rezone to local rural commercial. So if they're going to do any sales, whether it's for recreation or medical use, they do need to rezone to local rural commercial. That's the area that we have a lot of setbacks, and some of those are provincially set, as well as we adopted the Alberta Health Service recommendation. So we have setbacks between a public area and a retail facility, and then we also have setbacks between retail facilities. So at this point, we don't have any, and we've not had anybody approach us for that. But we have issued 1 development permit, and we've done 2 rezonings to date.
Another question.
Go ahead,
And not
Councillor
necessarily
Penner.
to Bob, just to administration. So county residents are contacting us councillors, which hopefully that continues. But really, they should be contacting the RCMP as the number one contact. Like, still let us know for sure, so we know what's going on in our county. But the RCMP, not the county administration itself, should be contacted first, is what we're saying here, correct? Just to clarify, Mr. Hogan?
That's correct. That would be, that would be our recommendation. If there is something that's based on, if they're, you know, if they're permitted, we can share if there's been a development permit issued or not. That's public. Whether that they're in compliance with that permit is not something that we'd discuss necessarily. And if there haven't been permitted and they're a legal grow up, we're not, as a county, we don't have the jurisdiction or really the resources to go out there and confirm that or check that out. That's a criminal matter, and so we'd recommend that call go to the RCMP initially for them to deal with.
Okay, are there any other comments, questions, concerns? Councillor King.
I guess really, it would be nice if we had access to more information. The reality is, whether the federal government is going to be willing to change their process and allow that access or not is probably a faint hope at the best. And so, as much as I hate to say it, and as much as I have confidence in our local RCMP, really the only option that someone has who has a concern about whether it's legal or otherwise, whether it's operating within the licensing or not, is to forward their concerns to the RCMP. That's really, we have some information maybe on whether they've been permitted or not for something or other, but whether they're actually doing what they're supposed to be doing, that's outside of what we're able to legislate or mandate. And so really for our residents, RCMP is what it comes down to.
I guess going forward, my feeling is that yes, somehow we've got to get to the federal government about this, and I guess FCM is our voice, and we've got to go. And I believe there are other counties around us that have been having some of these issues too. So I don't think this is new to even our regional district here to start that process and get it to the provincial and then to FCM. So I'm all for putting something out there to our FCFM reps that we need more information, more clarification, or not necessarily as councillors, but at least the administration in the county should know, in my books.
So, Mr. Hogan, is there something that we would need coming out of this RFD?
I think if the will of council is to try and proceed through some sort of lobby effort to access additional information, then the appropriate thing to do would be for council to make a motion to direct administration to, and we'll take a moment to determine the wording, but essentially you want us to follow up through RMA and through FCM with the intent of gaining more access to information regarding cannabis cultivation activities.
Okay. Councillor King.
So then I would make the motion that we direct administration to, I'm going to say, initiate a conversation with RMA and FCM to lobby for more information. Information that's relevant to us and in our efforts to understand what's happening. So I'd say direct administration to initiate a lobby process with RMA and FCM to obtain more information relevant to cannabis production within our municipality.
Okay, so we have a motion up on screen. Not quite finished. Is that how you would like that to read, Councillor King? Okay, so that is how you'd like that motion to read, okay? You want?
If I can maybe, with your indulgence, Councillor King, if I can suggest that do we want to focus this on Kneehill County, or if we're pursuing it through RMA and FCM, should it just be municipalities?
Yeah, clearly our focus is ourselves, but I think it needs a broader focus. So yeah, within municipalities, okay, sure.
Because if we do intend to put resolutions forward through RMA eventually, they'll need that broader focus.
Yeah, yeah. Our interest is here, but it needs to be a broader focus to go forward into the bigger groups, absolutely.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion before us. Council direct administration to initiate a conversation with RMA and FCM to lobby for more information relevant to cannabis production within municipalities. Is there any discussion to that motion? Councillor Christie.
Should it say for more access to information relevant? Because the information is probably there, but we don't have access to it.
I have no problem with that as a friendly amendment to say for more access to information relevant. Yep, sure. I'll take that as a friendly amendment. Thank you.
All righty. So that was a friendly amendment. No need to vote on that. Is there any discussion to the motion as it's presented on screen? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much, and sorry to throw that scare at you there, Barb. She scares us enough. Well, getting even? All right, thank you. Our next agenda item will be disposition of delegate and public hearing business. 9.1, Mr. Hogan.
The first item before you is regarding the first delegation that we had today from Erica and Robert Paxton regarding ultrasound services. And administratively, our recommendation is that we decline the request to provide funding. That is based on, as Councillor King pointed out in the discussion, philosophical approach regarding the county's relationship to private businesses. So that recommendation is founded entirely on the basis of the county in the past has not provided startup cash or subsidies to private businesses, and that's the philosophy behind that recommendation.
Okay, discussion? Comments, thoughts? Deputy Reeve McGee.
I think it's clear that we all would love to see this happen. I wish there was a way to make this happen that doesn't doesn't challenge us to come out of the philosophy of what council's really needing to be doing. And we certainly cannot be starting grants to businesses, one here and not a different one. So I'd like to see that there's still conversation in the community with having this as a possibility, but certainly I would like to make the motion that we do not provide funding for the ultrasound business.
Okay, we have a motion before us to decline the request to provide funding for a private ultrasound business. Before I call the question, is there any discussion to this motion? Councillor King.
I certainly understand where Deputy Reeve McGee is coming from and where our administrator, Mr. Hogan, is coming from. And I guess the question I have is, within our community grant structure, is there any place in there that the medical clinic could be one of those places that could apply for grant funding, help, assistance with something like this? Or is that really, those are mostly set up for nonprofits and other community groups, correct?
That is my understanding, Mr. Hogan.
Yes, through the Reeve, that's correct. Is those are set up largely to be not-for-profits for community groups. They're not set up. In fact, I think they even, I'd have to review the exact wording, but they might even go so far as to prohibit for private business. But I would have to confirm that latter part. But they are set up primarily for community groups.
But that being stated, I would imagine if there was a community group willing to take this under their wing, they would be welcome to apply.
I guess my heart is with this individuals and with the desire of the medical clinic to enhance the services that they're providing, and I certainly understand where they're coming from. It's just unfortunate we're not in a place where we can easily find a way to help. And it's really unfortunate because I think the desire of everyone in this room would be, yes, let's have that service here, but how do we do it in a way that doesn't obligate us to future similar requests? And that's the difficulty, right?
Councillor Penner.
I think it's very positive that someone is wanting to bring this business to the county. But like, unfortunately, the way that it's been approached here, we can't support private business. If somebody, like you said, took it under their wing and offered some way of fundraising for it, I'd be the first one to buy a ticket in it or whatever. But I just think it's very positive that there is some out there that would like to bring it to our county or the area. And yeah, it's just unfortunate.
Deputy Reeve McGee.
Mike, do you see a role of referring them to our economic development process, our staff there, to maybe give some options that she might be aware of to move forward with? We
absolutely could do that. That part of that role is helping businesses within the county get up and running. The way we've been doing that, the support that she has would largely be as a resource, and trying to link them with other areas or grants or make some of those calls on their behalf. It's really just as a connector between them and potential supports. But if they did have questions, there are, I don't know off the top of my head what resources are out there for a business of this type, but Jacqueline may have some ideas.
Deputy Reeve McGee.
So I'd like to amend my motion. Let me find it first so I'm reading it right. I move that the council decline the request to provide funding for a private ultrasound business and request administration to refer the company to our economic development officer for support where available.
Okay, Deputy Reeve McGee, is that the way you would like that motion to read?
That's excellent, thank you.
All right, we have a motion before us. I will read it out. Councillor McGee moved that council decline the request to provide funding for private ultrasound business and request administration to refer the business to our Economic Development Officer for support. Councillor King.
Just additional comment. It's really unfortunate in light of our previous conversation around encouragement of the doctors and, you know, medical community that we can't find a way to do this. And as Councillor Penner said earlier, you know, get in line, I'm buying a ticket if there was somebody out there trying to fundraise to get this into the community. It just doesn't fit in anything that we have the ability to do at this table, and it just drives you absolutely nuts. But there's where we sit today, right? So I understand where we are with the motion. I'm just torn in terms of my own personal feelings about what we're doing here. So
I know how that feels. Okay, is there any more discussion to that motion? Seeing as none, I will call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Okay, our next agenda item, 9.2. Mr. Hogan.
This item before you here was presented to you for information, and administration is recommending that council receive it as such.
Okay, Councillor King.
I'll make the motion to receive this presentation for information with the condition that it show up in my email inbox as a PDF. I felt it was really unfortunate I didn't have it beforehand. It would have been really nice to have, and I might have had some questions. So I move that we receive it for information, but my request beyond that motion is that administration provide it for us as council.
Okay. I will wait for that motion to come up on screen. Did you want to include that we receive the PDF? Okay, all righty. All right, thank you. Okay, there's our motion to receive for information, the caveat that we receive the PDF. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. 9.3, Mr. Hogan.
Again, the recommendation here, as this was a presentation, was simply to receive the delegation for information as presented.
Thank you. Councillor Penner.
I'll make that motion that we receive the information, for information, the day price delegation.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a motion before us to receive for information. Any discussion to that motion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. Our next agenda item is 10.1, Council and Committee Reports, Kneehill Regional Partnership. Deputy Reeve McGee.
Thank you. We have an enthusiastic group that is anxious to get lots of work done. And just in regards to the Doctor Retention Recruitment Task Force, in terms of a reference, we're trying to have a very rapid response and getting that cared for. We want it probably, and hopefully our dream would be to have it fully settled upon before we have to go into an election. So just to encourage you that we're not going to leave this hanging for the next group. We want to update you that we have decided as a group that we will be looking at a regional tourism initiative and we determine which municipality is going to be leading that, and that will be the Kneehill County for this one. We have contributed the majority of the campaign expense, and the marketing portion of the initiative is slated to run from May to September, and will be promoting the region and local and provincial travelers to come sticker closer to home, the ones who will be staying closer to home, to then come further into our areas more. So we're trying to find ways to make that happen. We have put the tag phrase, explore Kneehill. And I think you'll be quite excited. Each municipality will be bringing together some photos and videos, and our economic development officer has taken a lot of the administrative support on for this particular project. So I think it's very exciting. And we hope to see increased use of our sites. We also, in regards to training, would like to bring a project called Customer Service Training. This is going to be led by the town of Three Hills and is aimed to bring customer service training sessions to the area in ways to bring resources to local businesses. And the details are still being developed as to exactly what the delivery of the program would look like. We are looking for maybe a bit of feedback from the community as well to be sure that we tailor that in a way that's useful to each community. And we are currently looking at, if there's enough demand, we would probably offer some form of training in 3 different sites. You saw our work on the recruitment task force, and I don't think I have anything to add to that. The energy management project aggravation is a very exciting thing, I think. We will basically be doing an assessment of all of our municipalities as far as energy use goes. There will be, it's a free to us pilot project that hopefully will be demonstrated to be used forward. Village of Acme brought this forward, is taking the lead on this. It's going to be quite a intensive audit of what we have happening and some problem solving possibly about what could be done to be more economical with and sustainable with our energy use in various ways. This program, I understand to be 4 parts. We've only said yes to the first part at this point. Once that part is done, we'll take that all in and take that information to see if there is value to continue it. But because we have been the first group that will be doing this as a regional project as opposed to individual municipality, the project through AUMA is wanting to use us as a pilot. So there's been huge cost savings that would be to all of our municipalities that otherwise would not be if we were to take part in this program. So I find that really exciting, and I have lots of documents here. If you wanted to have more information, I'd be glad to share those. You can see the financial updates of how we're looking at our budget. And this again is just reporting to you. I think it looks pretty feasible with what we have in place already. So yeah. Any questions? Yes.
Kudos for the work that's being done. Small question in budgeting. You say what your opening balance is, you add the membership, and you have 2 different numbers for training. In one place I figure 17,500, and then in the final summary you have 21,500. So there's 13,000 for the pre-election council orientation and emergency management, and 4,500 for the customer service training, which is 17,500. Just wondering where the other $4,000 in training, and maybe I'm just not reading it right.
Go ahead, Meg.
Through you, Mr. Reeve, to Councillor King, I'm just looking at this, and right away I think that we have my Excel sheet, I'm going to blame it on the Excel sheet, but it's the Excel sheet operator that puts the formulas in, so that would be me. So
it is 17,500?
If you give me a moment, I'll double check these numbers and refine them.
Yep.
I have a question.
Oh, Councillor Penner?
Deputy Reeve McGee, when you talked about the regional tourism, and I know you said you were giving it back to administration to do it. What platforms are we promoting it on? Is it just our websites, or have we hit the outside world somehow in a brochure?
So the idea is to hopefully have a printed thing to pass out as well, and it will be on each municipality's sites is the concept at this time. It's still kind of being developed, but we're going to try to find as many opportunities to have that going forward, one of which will be a short video type group of things that will be on each municipality websites. And so we're still expanding as we learn, but we'd like to partner with as many as we can, and we want to keep all the tourism partners and stakeholders that we have part of that process as well, where it's suitable.
Okay, thank you. I think it's awesome. Yep.
Mr. Hogan.
So through you, Mr. Riva, just took a quick look at the numbers and I see where we're looking at now. So under the 2021 opening balance, we're adding the membership fee. The 13,000 is solely the 13,000 related to the training. The other 4,500 is the customer service training initiative project that's being funded completely by the partnership, and that's leading to the 17,500. And then the remainder of the training is in the 2022 budget as to where it'll be occurring, and that number appears below.
Okay, so the 21.5 in the last summary is actually 17.5. Very part of, or is that, okay, I get it. The 21.5 is related to the 2022.
Yeah, so the error is in the actual description where it says minus 2021 training. That should be minus 2022 training.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Good catch.
Okay, so what is council's wish? Councilor Christie.
I'll move the council committee reports as information.
Okay, we have a motion to accept council and committee reports for information. All those in favor? That is carried. And I guess just a footnote, we do have the report in paper, which will be attached to the minutes. Am I correct? Very good. Okay, I did call the vote, did I not? Yeah, okay. Council follow-up action list. Councilor Penner.
I know it's just hasn't long closed or whatever, just a general feel on the response. Do we get many back on the survey for the East Water?
We're just working through finalizing that item. I think the balance that council is going to have, and again, we're working on those numbers, of the responses we received, the majority of the responses were positive that council should explore this. I think where council is going to have a discussion is that we probably only received back about 50% of the surveys we sent out. So if we're receiving 50% or less of the surveys we went out, even though they're all positive, is that still enough impetus for council to go forward? So I think that's the debate that's going to be in front of you guys.
Thanks, Mike. Is there any other questions? We did have a conversation last council meeting to deal with our gravel days. Is there any additional information that you would like to bring forward, Mr. Hogan?
I had a chance to look at that conversation, and we did administratively, largely through our Director of Transportation, we have some clarifications and some added information that we can add to that discussion if council would like.
Would you be able to share that with us now?
I could.
All right.
So going back into it, the original gravel purchase for that pit was back in 2008, and that governed from 2008 to 2013. Coming up on 2013, the county entered into another agreement for an additional purchase. And so that was, not only was that additional purchase negotiated in 2013, but part of that was to stockpile that aggregate at its location. So normally if we're having gravel come in, we have it delivered if it's coming from Sundre or wherever it is, and we stockpile on our sites. This one was negotiated to be stockpiled on its site, on where it was crushed. So again, that's property that doesn't belong to Kneehill County. So as part of that purchase, testing was conducted. At the time, the testing did pass. So what that set up for us, 8 years later, is that we have an aggregate product that we're not particularly happy with, but it doesn't change the fact that the county 8 years ago negotiated this purchase and approved what was coming through. So whether that was a flaw in the testing or in the interpretation of that, quite frankly, we don't know. But there is it didn't change the fact that fast forward 8 years to what we're dealing with now, we have an asset that we bought a number of years ago that now we need to clean up or do something with, right? And so even though we recognize that, as we started, I shouldn't say we recognized at the time, when we started hauling it and taking it off-site so that it was on one of our sites, we did notice that the fine content, the fines, what they refer to, the added material from other than the rocks, was high. As well as there was water retention and things like that. Once we had it stockpiled for a bit, we dug into it and we saw some of those same problems occurring. And when we did some sieve tests to see, well, was that a couple of bad loads or was it consistently like that? It was consistently like that. Again, because the county had approved that material and had done that 8 years ago, back in 2013, we're in a position where we're sort of stuck with it. And that's what led to a few changes. So council will recall that since then, we have, at the recommendation of our Director of Transportation, council has altered their road gravel standards. So we do now use a higher standard than what we were using back then. We do better testing now as well. So when we dig back through the history, and again, we're trying to go back and determine history and what happened. Unfortunately, all of the staff involved in that purchase they're not here anymore. We can't ask them what happened. But we do have, as we go back, we did, if we're looking at the tests being provided and the samples being provided so they can be tested, since that time, the county has altered, again, under the current Director of Transportation, has altered our testing methods and standards. So now we're in a position where we're relying less on the crushing and more on our own resources to verify that the county is getting the spec of gravel that we are paying for. And that's been the case for at least the last couple, 3 years. So that's a change our current director has made, precisely so that we don't have this type of thing happening again. But it still leaves us in the position that today we're dealing with something from years ago trying to clean it up. Council will recall that in early 2020, when we're making council aware of this, we started exploring, okay, well, what do we use this for? If it's recognized that it's not wanted on the roads, do we have other applications for it? Whether that was, do we try and blend it? We had discussions with you about possibly getting a screener to take some of the fines out, given how waterlogged they were and how many of them there were. We didn't think screening ultimately would be a good option, so we backed off of that idea. As I said, council recall those questions back in 2020. From that is where that idea of the gravel blitz came from, and saying, hey, if we're not going to put this on the roads, we have a couple of options. Is we can let it sit there for eternity, or we can try and dispose of it. And it's ultimately at the last council meeting the direction that, well, earlier than that, you directed admin to start putting that program together, and at the last council meeting had that discussion. So, where the gravel is maybe not the best for the roads, there probably is an application there for bin pads, driveways, things like that it might be more amenable to. And so what we did when we put that together is we looked at our all-in costs for that gravel, so that's the purchase price, as well through our financial and our corporate services division. We track our equipment costs, our labor costs, so when we come up with a price per ton of gravel, that's the county's all-in price that covers the whole gamut of things from the purchase price to the fuel used to haul it, to the maintenance on the equipment, to the replacement cost of the equipment, to you name it, it's in there. And so when we did that, of course, as that gravel stockpiled in a few different locations, that price differs from location to location because, of course, in farther ones, you're using more fuel, you're doing things like that. So what we did and proposed is rather than come to you and say, hey, at this pit, let's have a cost of this amount, and at this other pit, this amount, and at this other pit, a third amount, we just said, what's the average cost or what's the cost we would need across the board to make this a cost recovery program for the county? And that's how that $19 per ton was arrived at. So it is essentially, it's not purely an average, but it's pretty close. It's a weighted average around to determine that number so that it doesn't matter which pile you're taking it out of as part of our gravel blitz, you're paying that one price for it. You don't have to worry about if I go here, it's going to be $1.50 more than if I go here, right? And so that's how that number was arrived at. But what we wanted to put out there is, we're trying to clean up something from 2013, and since that time, with the different testing measures, with the new spec that council's put in place, we think we've done that. But that still leaves us with this quantity of gravel that we know we're not going to use on our roads, but we're trying to dispose of or disperse somehow. So through the gravel blitz is one way, and having that gravel and selling it back selling it back for the same price we paid for it to the original provider is one of the other ways of alleviating ourselves of a lot of that material. And as well, in doing that, that takes us out of the costs of, we don't need to try and sell it at a higher cost after we've applied our trucking and labor costs to moving it around. It is where it is, and we sell it back at the price we paid for it, and we're done. So a large part of this is trying to clean some of this stuff up that that myself, Brad, and a number of others kind of inherited from 2013.
Okay, thank you for that explanation, or for that information, I mean. Is there any other thing on council and committee or follow-up action list? Councillor King?
I'd make the motion to receive the council follow-up action list as presented.
Okay. Oh, and I do have just one actual question. Have we decided when we're going to have those gravel blitz days? Because I know there's been interest in my area, and I think there's been interest in other areas. But we haven't decided yet on a day?
In putting the program together, Brad is anticipating that we'll look to have one occur in late May, early June, and then another one in the fall.
Okay, thank you. All right, we have a motion before us to approve the council follow-up action list for information. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing as not, call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. That brings us to the end of our open agenda. Our next agenda item is closed session, third-party business interest, FOIP, section 16 and 25. Would someone care to put us in closed session? Councillor Christie?
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion to go into closed session. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously, and we will wait to go out. now you've done it. Now it says busy. Okay, we are back in session. We'll just confirm. We're good to go? Okay, we have come back in session at 2:40 PM. We have let the gallery back in, which there was no one. So at 2:42, I declare adjournment. Thank you, everyone.